Yeah, buddy, here we are. We're back. We're doing it. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. We're on the 40K day today, you guys. We're going to be building one more Terminator. The teleport Homer. Dope. And maybe play a little game with Francis. What's up, my dude? Welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. All the lurkers, thank you for being here. We're going to watch some Y-Files in the background while we build, while we glue, while we hang out. Grab your snacks, your drinks, all your 40K building enhancers. Join me. Here we are. We're doing it. And play a little Y-Files, kill the music. Francis, I hope your week's going well, my guy. Hope everybody else is doing well as well.
Do you believe in ghosts? Do you believe that disembodied spirits can communicate with us from the afterlife? Do you believe that human souls can get caught somewhere between this world and whatever comes next? I don't, but if scientists suddenly had definitive proof of souls or spirits or an afterlife, I'd be totally on board. Excited about it.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm coming
buddy.
back to haunt you after you flush me.
Flush you. I'm gonna batter and fry you.
You sick son of a bitch.
Even though I'm skeptical about the paranormal, I'm still interested. I love spooky stuff. I've been to the LaLaurie Mansion in New Orleans, which had a dark and brutal history, even before Nicolas Cage lived there.
Oh!
I've tried to summon Princess Tuscawanta, the broken-hearted lady of Lake Ronkonkoma, who has claimed the lives of 120 swimmers, all young men. I've even held a seance with Gene Simmons while chasing ghosts around the Queen Mary.
Now you're just making things up.
I picture closing every show with a seance like this.
Okay, I didn't see that coming.
The Queen Mary really was super creepy, and you can check it out for yourself. You go down to Long Beach, California, and they will show you around. And we've got 10 more spooky places that you can actually visit coming up. Whether you're into ghosts or just like the darker side of history, this video is for you. Welcome to the Y-Files, where high IQ folks like us come to laugh and learn. And if you're enjoying the content, do us a favor and hit the like button, which is kind of this shape, and the subscribe button, which is kind of like a red rectangle. Is that this shape? Hit those, they really help out the channel. Scariest places in the world. That's a list that's been done a million times. But the problem I have with those lists is they're inaccessible. The places are either closed to the public or a million miles away.
Nice,
There's no
dude. Hell
scarier
yeah.
place on earth than La Isla de los Muñecos,
Speak English, Madonna.
Island of the Dolls.
Gracias.
But unless you live near
It's at
Mexico
speed
City
and a
you get special
half.
permission,
Is it too
YouTube
fast?
close
Do you
to
not
your
like
internet.
speed and a
Instead,
half?
here's a list
I
of
just
the
do it a little
scariest places
faster.
in the
That
US
way
open to the
we
public
can
right
get
now.
through a little
Some offer
more
tours, some will let you wander
quicker. I
around
can
on
slow
your
it
own,
down.
some will even let you
Normal.
spend the night. Now this list is just going to cover the States, but for our Wi-Fi,
You want to hear it like a normie that's all good with
so many that
me.
you need their own video. If you'd like us to do one, just
It's my
request that in the comment
usual
section. Hey,
watch
Mitch, you ready?
speed.
Dude, I've been ready since I was caviar.
I'll take that as a yes.
Eastern State Penitentiary.
There it is.
Eastern State
Here we are.
Penitentiary in Philadelphia was once the most famous prison in the world, known for its grand architecture and strict discipline. It was operational from 1829
All right,
until
dude, the last
1971
homie.
and was home to
Put the
thousands
lights
of
up a little
inmates,
bit.
including big names like Al Capone and Willie Sutton.
Ooh.
Considered to be one of the most haunted places in America, there have been reports of echoing voices, shadowy figures, ghostly faces, stories that have been corroborated by staff, guards, visitors, even other inmates, while they were serving time. Its history makes it easy to imagine the spirits of
All right, we'll
troubled
keep them normal
souls
for now.
wandering the gloomy halls. It was the world's first actual penitentiary, a prison designed to inspire penitence or true regret
What
in
legs
the
do I
hearts of
got
the
over
convicted.
here?
The mad chair
We got
bound to prisoners'
73 and
limbs so
76
tightly
legs.
that circulation was cut
There
off,
it is. So we're starting
requiring
here.
eventual amputation. The iron gag is
Yeah.
where an inmate's hands were tied behind his back and an iron collar forced into his mouth so that any movement at all caused the tongue to rip and bleed, and in some cases just be torn right out of his face. The hole was an underground cell where prisoners had no light, no toilet, no exercise, no human contact, and barely enough food to stay alive. Solitary confinement was eventually phased out as the prison population grew. By 1926, there were over 1,700 inmates living 3, sometimes 4 to a cell, cells designed to just hold one. In 1933, inmates rioted because of
Okay,
overcrowding,
yeah, I'm down.
and they set fire to cells all over Cell
I'm
Block 12, which
down.
is now a focal point of paranormal activity. People have heard cell
Whatever's
doors
easiest,
opening and
man.
closing. Some say they can smell smoke. Others have even said they've seen shadowy figures walking through the catwalk. If you want to experience Eastern State for yourself, you can. They run day and night tours called Terror Behind the Walls.
No, thank you.
Link in the description below.
Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum.
The Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum later known as Weston State Hospital, was a psychiatric hospital that operated from 1864 through 1994 in Weston, West Virginia.
Yeah,
It comprises
buddy.
13
You got
buildings
one leg out.
on 666 acres of property.
That doesn't sound like an accident.
The Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum, originally intended to be a place of peace and recuperation for the mentally ill, but it quickly devolved into a nightmare of abuse, suffering, and human atrocity. Designed to house 250 patients, the population eventually swelled to over 2,600 people. Rooms that were intended for one occupant often contained 5 or 6 people crammed together sleeping on the floor. To make matters worse, Trans-Allegheny began admitting the criminally insane and letting them mingle with the rest of the patient population. This was not a good idea. Violent patients that couldn't be controlled were locked in cages in the common areas. As recently as the 80s.
The 1880s?
The 1980s.
The 1980s? Ronald Reagan, MTV, and people in cages. What a decade.
It's a madhouse! A madhouse!
A 1938
Master
report
set.
found that the hospital housed epileptics,
What's a foil master
alcoholics, drug addicts, and non-educable mental defectives.
It sounds a lot like Hollywood.
Oh, things get even more gruesome. Famous Dr. Walter Freeman set up shop here to perform experimental lobotomies. For his procedure, Dr. Freeman used the ice pick method.
I'm afraid to ask.
He slipped a metal rod into the patient's eye socket, then used a mallet to
Like
hammer the
cards?
rod through the thin bone and sever the tissue in the prefrontal cortex. Over the course of his career, Dr.
Magic the
Freeman
Gathering,
did
I
over
see.
4,000 lobotomies,
MTG, that
sometimes
flew over
leaving
my head.
perfectly
I was
healthy
like, wait,
patients
what?
with permanent brain damage.
I got you.
Still sounds like Hollywood.
By the way, Dr. Freeman did this procedure without gloves, without anesthesia,
Nice, dude.
without surgical training.
Ooh, fine. I'd
Magic
rather
cards
have a
look so
bottle in
sick.
front of me than a frontal
Never learned how to
lobotomy.
play or anything,
Oh,
but
that old Jim.
dude, the art
I
on
get a
them. I
million
wanted
of
them
them.
just for the
The
art alone.
Trans-Allegheny
at
Lunatic
first.
Asylum was forced to close in 1994, and it's like the patients just vanished into thin air. Rooms still contain furniture, artwork, medical equipment. There's wheelchairs in the hallways. I don't know why that's extra scary, but it is.
Hell,
One of
this is
Trans-Allegheny's well-known ghosts is a little girl named Lily, who was born, lived, and died right there in the asylum, and has haunted it ever since. It's been reported that Lily likes to hold visitors' hands and tug on their clothes. Some people have heard her giggling and playing in the hallway near her first-floor room. Doors are often left open by Elizabeth, a nurse who doesn't know she's dead. Supposedly, she's still making her rounds. Other reported ghosts belong to patients who were brutally killed there or killed themselves, and there were lots of those. When you go to their rooms, reports say that the air gets cold and you can hear whispers or voices in your ear. In 2007, Trans-Allegheny opened to the public. They offer day, night, and overnight tours. The most frequent visitors are ghost hunters, but for anyone interested in the dark history of America, the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum is a must-see.
The Whaley House.
The Whaley House in Old Town San Diego.
Oh, yeah,
has been
we're
called the
moving
most
along.
haunted
We're
house
doing
in
this.
America. It's been
We're
documented
doing this
in
at
books,
better speeds these
magazines,
days.
TV, for over 100 years. If there are ghosts at the Whaley House, who are they?
74,
And what do they want?
75,
In 1852, James Yankee Jim
77,
Robinson was
78.
convicted of larceny and hanged on the property. Present at the hanging was Thomas Whaley. He bought the property and built a house there. In 1857, he moved his family in, and that's where it all started. Thomas Whaley was successful in almost every venture he pursued
74.
until he built the Whaley House. After that, tragedy haunted him and his family for the rest of his life. Thomas's son, Thomas Jr., contracted scarlet fever when he was 18 months old and died shortly thereafter in 1858. A few months later, an arsonist set fire to Whaley's business. Despondent over these tragedies, the family moved to San Francisco briefly, but were forced back when an earthquake devastated their home. Out of money and out of options, Thomas Whaley went on the road and traveled the country looking for employment, unsuccessfully. Meanwhile, his family was back in San Diego in dire straits. Thomas Whaley's daughter Violet married and then divorced a local con man. Her humiliation caused her such despair that she took her own life in the Whaley House in 1885. She was only 22 years old. Thomas Whaley passed away from poor health in 1890. His wife Anna, his son Francis, his son George, and daughter Lillian all eventually died in the Whaley House. The house was converted into a museum in 1960, and immediately workers, staff, guests, visitors all reported hearing voices,
Yeah.
smelling cigars, smelling perfume, and seeing ghostly apparitions. Look, I'm just telling a story, believe it or don't. But in 1964, famous TV personality Regis Philbin went to film a local broadcast of the Whaley House, and he left there convinced that he saw the ghost of Anna Whaley. And years later, Regis went back to the house, still convinced. To his dying day, he always said, something is going on in this house.
I trust Regis.
I do too. I also trust the multiple police officers who, over the course of 30 years, witnessed a woman crying at the back of the house. And one officer kept quiet about this, but after he retired, he wrote that he also found a woman crying at the back of the house. He said she was dressed in period clothing. He asked her, "Ma'am, are you all right?" She then looked at him and smiled. When he turned his flashlight on her, she disappeared. Was the woman Anna Whaley crying over the loss of her children? Or was it Violet crying because she regretted taking her own life? Well, there's a link below where how you can go visit the Whaley House and find out for yourself.
105.
Lake Shawnee Amusement Park.
The Lake Shawnee Amusement Park is located in Princeton, West Virginia.
West Virginia again, huh? Interesting.
The park opened in 1926 to cater to the families of nearby coal workers, but all that remains is its skeleton, which is appropriate given its dark history. The land on which the park is built was home to a Native American tribe. When the Clay family attempted to settle the land in 1783, a turf war ensued, which resulted in the brutal deaths of both natives and settlers alike, all buried on the site. Centuries later, a local businessman purchased the Clay property and built a swing set, Ferris wheel, and a swimming pond. And all three of those attractions would claim one child's life. Lake Shawnee eventually expanded into a full amusement park and was responsible for at least 6 deaths. It finally closed in 1966. However, all the structures, rides, and attractions, they're still standing, rusted and overgrown, and creepy as f***. On the property is a motorized swing machine. And many years ago, a little girl was killed climbing into one in a horrible way. Anyway, the current owner of the property says that even when there's no wind, he can still see those swings kind of moving and creaking. And when he gets close to that swing where the girl died, he feels a chill in the air and says he can hear whispers. Okay, fine. Whispers, wind, no big deal. But the owner's son said that he's seen a vision of a little girl wearing a pretty dress covered in blood. Paranormal investigators have been all over this site because Lake Shawnee's been featured on all the Ghost Hunter TV shows and YouTube and everywhere. But you don't need press credentials or a positron collider to visit Lake Shawnee Amusement Park. It's open to the public day, night, and even for overnight camping. Flashlights are mandatory, but you might not like what you see. Good luck.
The abandoned Cincinnati subway.
Oh, I love this one. Now, early in the 20th century, Cincinnati was the 10th largest city in America. Trade was primarily conducted using a complicated canal system, which just couldn't keep up with demand. Many canals became filthy and had to be drained and refilled, which led to mosquitoes, which led to disease. It was a mess. A plan was made to build a 16-mile rail system, partially underground. Work began in 1920, but it was hit with all kinds of delays. Houses along the route were crumbling, foundations cracked, porches falling into holes in the earth. Lawsuits, budget cuts, and city corruption crippled the project. 2 miles of the underground tunnel were completed by 1929, but then the stock market crashed, and the Great Depression hit, and the project was put on the shelf.
So you're saying the train project was derailed?
Really? Puns?
No, you're not giving me much to work with here.
Fair enough. In 1962, at the height of the Cold War, the abandoned Liberty Street station was converted into a community fallout shelter. Areas were designated as first aid rooms, kitchens, decontamination showers, even a morgue. Some of the equipment and furnishings are still down there. An open house was held for the citizens of Cincinnati who were not impressed. The tunnels kind of just sat there. They were officially decommissioned in 1991,
Everybody's different.
and the entrances to the
unique,
tunnels sealed.
Bastards.
But not all entrances.
We're all
Disclaimer
normies.
time. Yes, you can get into the tunnels.
Right,
No, you're technically not allowed to
gun.
do that. You can request a tour, but the city rarely grants access. This hasn't stopped paranormal investigators or urban explorers from seeking out the hidden access points, which as of this video, still exist. Links below.
In Vulture City.
Wickenburg, Arizona is about 70 miles northwest of Phoenix, and it's home to Vulture City, an abandoned ghost town that sits on top of Vulture Mine. And if there's a list of haunted places in America, Vulture Mine is always on it. In 1863, Austrian prospector Henry Wickenburg discovered a gold deposit that would become the most productive gold mine in Arizona history. By the 1880s, the settlement's population exploded, making it one of the most densely populated areas in the Southwest, and the success of the mine accelerated Arizona's bid for statehood. However, after just a few short years, the gold dried up and the place was abandoned. But during its height, over 5,000 people lived in Vulture City. And when the gold and greed are flowing, that's going to attract dangerous people looking for a quick score. There was so much violent crime and corruption in Vulture City that the United States Army was called in to keep the peace. They weren't able to. Instead, justice was meted out by vigilante citizens. And there was no worse crime in Vulture City than stealing gold. If you were caught, you got done strung up on a hanging tree. Dozens of Vulture City's worst were hung from the ironwood tree that still stands today. If you met your end at the hanging tree, you did not merit burial in the cemetery. Your body was buried on the spot. Bodies that are still feeding that tree today.
Seems like 2 left.
Vulture City was a place where a few made a fortune, but many suffered and
2
died.
rights and 2 left.
Men, women, children.
Right,
Violence was common, as was illness. Hundreds of bodies are supposedly buried, not just in the cemetery, but all around the town.
Dude, did it just get cold in here?
The reports of cold spots, eerie voices, disembodied spirits have attracted ghost hunters from all over the world. Some say workers who were buried alive can be heard screaming and trying to claw their way out of their rocky tomb. If you're in the Phoenix area, you can take a guided tour of Vulture Mine, or you can explore on your own. Links below.
Ohio State Reformatory.
The Ohio State Reformatory, also known as the Mansfield Reformatory, is a historic prison located in Mansfield, Ohio. It opened its doors in 1896 as a true reformatory. It emphasized incentive over punishment. Inmates were admitted for 18 months. They were given education. They were taught a trade. And they were released. This model had a very high success rate, and most inmates went on to lead productive lives. So you know, this whole thing's got to go pear-shaped. OSR was originally supposed to house 2,000 inmates, 1 per cell. But by 1934, the prison was so overcrowded that they had 2 and sometimes 3 prisoners per cell crammed together. When you put dangerous people in close quarters, deprive them of food and exercise, you create a recipe for violence. According to the prison's website, just as animals in the wild had to learn to adapt and survive in their surroundings, so did the occupants of the OSR. Shanks, shivs, and all kinds of improvised weapons were found in every crevice of the cells. Fun fact, if this prison looks familiar, that's because it is. Shawshank Redemption was shot at OSR. In the description, I'll link you to a video that shows all the different filming locations. If you're a fan of the movie, it's a must-watch. And things at OSR just got worse. In the 1960s, it was converted into a maximum security prison to house the most dangerous criminals in the state. Violence escalated, and in those dark years, over 200 people died at OSR. Guards, staff, and inmates. Life at OSR was so frightening that inmates often took their own lives. Others tried to escape. Some even succeeded. Lester Eubanks was sent to OSR in 1965 for crimes so heinous, I won't repeat them here, but I'll link below for those of you that are into gruesome stuff. Anyway, Eubanks escaped custody in 1973 and hasn't been seen since. He's still on the U.S. Marshals' top 10 most wanted list. By the 1980s, the conditions were so bad that the inmates got together a class action lawsuit and sued the state of Ohio for putting them through brutalizing and inhumane conditions. They won the suit. The prison closed.
Haunted?
You bet your flippers it is. There are reports of doors slamming, people being pushed, scratched, equipment being turned on and off. And these stories drew a lot of interest from the ghost hunting community, who consider it one of the scariest places on Earth. Now, if you want to check it out for yourself, OSR offers all kinds of different tours, historical and paranormal. They host private paranormal investigation tours. They even teach ghost hunting classes. And if you want to be truly petrified, you need to sign up for the Escape from Blood Prison experience, where your goal is to escape while being chased by actors dressed as guards, prisoners, and ghosts. At least I hope they're actors.
The Mineral Springs Hotel.
Alton, Illinois is known as the most haunted small town in America, and the focal point of this spiritual disturbance is the Mineral Springs Hotel. When the Mineral Springs Hotel and Spa opened in 1914, it was spectacular. 5 floors of luxurious accommodations, a marble staircase, and the largest swimming pool in the state. A natural spring was found on the property, and the water had a high sulfur content, which gave it kind of a funky smell. Well, an enterprising chemist said that that water had magical healing properties. And naturally, before you know it, they're shipping hundreds of bottles a day of sulfur water all around the country.
That's a lot of diarrhea.
The hotel eventually declined and fell into disrepair, like all of us. But in 1978, Mineral Springs was renovated and now contains an antique mall,
All right, we got all the
some
pieces cut
offices,
out.
apartments, even a horror
As
museum.
far as I'm concerned.
Even though Mineral Springs was a famous luxury
I just gotta
hotel,
clean them all off.
it's now
Let's
really
start
famous
gluing.
for being a paranormal hotspot. One of the staircases
Oh,
is a
I haven't
specific
played in
focus
like
point.
25
The
years.
story goes that a young woman brought a man to her
Great
room,
art, all the
a
critters.
man who was not her husband. But the husband got back to the room early and found his wife and another guy.
Oh, nice.
How do I say this without getting in trouble on YouTube?
In flagrante
Nice,
delicto.
dude. Hell yeah. That's way
Right.
dope.
That. So an argument ensued and
It's
spilled
always
out into
down.
the hallway. Now, we don't know if it was an accident or if she was pushed, but
Couple
the
of
wife died at the
collectibles.
bottom of those
Love
stairs.
collectibles,
Now,
man.
investigators say that they can smell jasmine in the hallway. She was wearing
I
jasmine
love them, but
perfume
I
when
gotta
she
do my
died,
best to
and that
stay
ghost
off
is
of
now known as
collectibles,
the
or
Jasmine
else
Lady. And ghosts
sometimes
are all
it's over
over
for
this
me.
property. In the bottling
caught up
room,
in
people have
collectibles
reported
and-
seeing the figure of a tall, slender
I don't
man.
even
And the
I don't
lower
even really
levels
finish a
contain the swimming
collection. I
pools
just
where multiple
get as
people
many
have
as I
drowned
can
over the years.
when I
Some
see
of those
them.
deaths are actually recorded and verified.
I don't know.
During a recent
how it
tour,
goes. You
wet
know how it
footprints were found, even though the pool has been drained for years. The pool room doors have been known to open and close on their own, and many tourists have described hearing and feeling someone's breath on their neck. Yikes.
Fort Delaware State Park.
Fort Delaware is a fortress on Peapatch Island in the Delaware River. Originally built to protect Wilmington and Philadelphia, it became infamous as a POW camp for Confederate soldiers during the Civil War. 33,000 soldiers were imprisoned there, and almost 3,000 of them died from dysentery, scurvy, smallpox, and they're buried in a mass grave in New Jersey.
That explains the smell.
The man in charge of Fort Delaware was General Alban Schuff, who became known as General Terror. With thousands of prisoners kept in makeshift wooden barracks, the conditions were horrible. Bed bugs, lice, and vermin infested the
Crack that
buildings.
soda
Food rations
open.
were tiny and inedible. Decaying bodies and human
Thank
waste
you guys for
caused
being
the
here.
water
Thank
to
you for watching.
putrefy. These men were starving and dying of thirst. A favorite game of the guards was called Rat Call. This is where rat holes were flooded and then the rats were caught and killed. A guard would yell rat call and then toss the dead rats into the crowd. And
Cheers, you
according to an
guys.
inmate's diary, the prisoners scrambled for the rats like schoolboys for apples.
Grab your
He goes on to
drinks,
say that the rats
your
were
snacks,
cleaned,
your
boiled,
watch
and then
party.
fried. Their flesh
Cheers.
was tender and not unpleasant to the taste. That's a dude who is starving. The diary is from Captain John S. Swan, who was captured in 1864. He chronicles the terrifying daily life as a Confederate prisoner of war. It's fascinating reading. Link where it is. For Civil War history fans, Fort Delaware is an incredible place where daily life is recreated. But the real draw to Fort Delaware? Ghosts. With so much death and suffering, it's no wonder that Fort Delaware is considered one of the most haunted places on Earth. Ghost tours are given all the time, and you could even enjoy an escape the island experience. Visitors claim that ghosts can be seen on a daily basis. In the dungeons, halls, and rooms, voices can be heard. Photographs have been taken that show everything from orbs of light all the way up to what seem like ghostly figures. There's also the story of a 9-year-old drummer boy who tried to escape the prison by hiding in a coffin. The escape failed. He was buried alive. And the story goes he
Damn,
still
buried
haunts
alive,
the
that sucks.
grounds, playing his drum and crying for help.
Waverly Hills Sanatorium.
The Waverly Hills Sanatorium in Louisville, Kentucky, is a highly active paranormal investigation site. Waverly Hills opened in 1910 to treat tuberculosis patients, but by 1911, they were overflowing and they had to build tents to accommodate all the new patients, thousands of them. It's been estimated that 64,000 people died at Waverly, and their bodies are buried on the property, but there are no headstones. We don't know where the bodies are, but I promise you, they're down there somewhere. So many people died at Waverly Hills, they had to use something that they called a death chute, which was a tube-like
What's
tunnel
up, Ubi?
they would use to
Welcome
haul
back, buddy.
packages and groceries and supplies up,
We're
shoot
not
bodies
just
down.
we're not cleaning
The death
just
chute
yet,
is
but
reported to be
we're
haunted by
gonna be
those who made
building
their
another
final journey through the
another
tunnel.
little guy out
Definitely
of
worst roller coaster
all
ever.
these little
Another
pieces.
haunted area is room 502, which is designated for nurses. One of them
Yeah.
hanged herself in there. Another jumped out a window. Another went in there and never came out. She's just gone. 502. Go for it. And there are ghosts of children named Bobby and Mary that reportedly roam the halls searching for their mommy.
What do you think, Doctor? Are you my mummy?
That's creepy. In the early 1960s, Waverly Hills was converted into a nursing home, but it was eventually closed in the 1980s for, you guessed it, patient abuse.
Jeez, this thing is like a
I
ghost
did,
making
dude.
factory.
I left you a
Waverly
comment.
Hills became known outside the area when it was profiled on the TV series Scariest Places on the Earth. Since then, it's become a popular destination for paranormal investigators. According to the Waverly Hills Historical Society, guided tours and overnight stays are available, but you need to book over a year in advance. If you want to visit, I've got a link below. Thanks for hanging out
Oh,
with us
nice,
today. My
dude.
name is AJ. That's Hecklefish.
Hell
This has
yeah.
been the Y-Files. Do you know of any scary places that are open
Keeping
to the
them-
public?
keeping them in
Put them
better
in the comment
condition that
section
way.
so we can check them out. We work really hard on these
Them
videos
off
for you,
all
so
the
if
way
you
in the
enjoy them,
back, and
kindly do us a
we-
favor and give us a thumbs up. It really
We'll
helps
be,
out the
uh,
channel. If you're
we'll
new
be
here,
safe
I hope we
for a
earned your
while.
subscription today, but if we didn't, I promise we'll keep making fun, brainy content until we do earn it. Until next time, be safe, be kind, and know that you are appreciated.
Hey, it's me. I just want to say thanks for checking out the 24-hour stream. I really appreciate it.
In 1943, the USS Eldridge was made invisible and teleported from Philadelphia to Virginia. And this event was known as the Philadelphia Experiment. When the Eldridge reappeared, some crew materialized in walls and bulkheads,
Get my
and they
other
died in
eyes out.
agony. But two sailors didn't reappear at all. The two men, who happened to be brothers, were presumed dead or lost. They weren't dead. They traveled 40 years into the future, into a secret military base on the east end of Long Island. They became unwitting participants of the Montauk Project.
Damn. Nice. That's perfect. That's
In
good
the
for
early
you.
70s,
Oh, yeah.
Preston Nichols, an engineer who specialized in electromagnetism, worked for a defense
That's a
contractor
definite
on Long
W.
Island. And during this time, he was working with a group of psychics studying telepathy and getting good results. He discovered that telepathy behaves exactly like a radio wave. For some reason, at the same time every day, his subjects' minds would be blocked, and he had no idea why. After 3 years of this strange phenomenon, Nichols brought in radio equipment to monitor the signals during the psychic blackout. He learned that whenever 410 to 420 megahertz was detected, his subjects were jammed. And after 20 minutes, the signal would dissipate and the psychics would open back up. Nichols built a mobile transceiver and tracked the origin of the signal to Montauk Point on the east end of Long Island, New York. More specifically, he traced the signal to a large radar tower on Montauk Air Force Base, so there was nothing he could do about it. The radio interference continued for a few years and eventually stopped. Nichols didn't give it much thought until he received a call from a friend who said the Air Force Base was now abandoned and he should go check it out. And the base was deserted, but for some reason, it was a mess. You would expect the military to decommission a base in a clean and orderly way, but not Montauk. It was as if whoever was working here cleared out in a hurry. And after exploring, Nichols came across a young homeless man who was living in one of the abandoned buildings. The young man acted nervous. He said he was a military technician who worked there, but he deserted when a large beast appeared and tore through the facility, forcing the project to shut down. Nichols asked the man what he meant by a beast and a project. The young man seemed confused. He said, "You don't remember? You're Preston Nichols. You ran the Montauk Project."
Oh, wow. It's happened to me before. It happens,
In
man. You
1984,
probably have the same
Nichols
car.
began working with a gifted psychic named Duncan Cameron, who he brought to the deserted base. Immediately, Duncan knew his way
Smoking
around.
on that vape
He
a little too
recognized the
much.
buildings and knew specific details like where the mess hall was. The more they explored, the more information Duncan was able to provide. A number of disturbing experiments happened on the property for years. Duncan started to realize he was part of them. When they entered the large transmitter building, Duncan went into a trance. While in this trance, Duncan said he was programmed to find Nichols, befriend him, and then kill him. And once that objective was achieved, Duncan was programmed to destroy Nichols' lab and all his research. Now, because Duncan was now aware of his programming, he was able to resist it. And back at his lab, Nichols used a deprogramming technique to give Duncan back full control of his consciousness. After working with Duncan for a while, Preston Nichols started to realize he had been involved with the Montauk Project also. He just didn't know how or why. Over time, more of Duncan Cameron's memories surfaced. Duncan realized he had served aboard the USS Eldridge with his brother Edward. They were the two sailors who were lost during the Philadelphia experiment.
Wait, hold on. That experiment took place in the 40s.
That's right. Duncan Cameron and his brother Edward had been transported from 1943 to
Elena,
1983,
thank you. I
40
appreciate
years
you, but
into the future.
I'm chilling. We don't need any graphic designs or. Yeah, we're just.
Preston
we're doing our
Nichols
thing.
started
I
to
appreciate
notice
you,
strange
thank you.
things when he was at
Little
work.
bots.
People he didn't know seemed to recognize him. He was copied on mail and included in meetings that didn't apply to his position in the company. One day, Nichols was sitting at his desk when he felt an ache in his hand. He looked down at the back of his hand, and he had a Band-Aid covering a fresh wound. A wound he didn't have 15 minutes earlier. And this happened more than a few times. On one occasion, Nichols even confronted the company nurse
Rocco's Modern
and
Life.
asked her if he'd been there for a Band-Aid. She said he hadn't and had no idea what he was talking about. As time went on, Preston Nichols began to realize that he was living two separate lives. One day he had what he calls an intuitive urge to visit the basement. This was a high security area. Only maybe 10 people in the company had the clearance to be there, and he wasn't one of them. He reluctantly took the elevator down. He gathered himself to try to appear natural and walked right up to the security guard. And even though he had never been in this area and had no idea what happened here, the guard gave him a badge with his name on it and waved him through. Whether by muscle memory or just by using his gut, Nichols seemed to know where he was going. He finally arrived at a plush office, much nicer than his own, and on the large desk was a nameplate, Preston B. Nichols, Assistant Project Director. Preston Nichols now had real physical evidence that he was living two lives, one as an engineer, the other as a senior member of a top-secret government program called the Montauk Project. By early 1990, all of Nichols' memories of the project had come back, and it was worse than he could have imagined. About 50 years after the Philadelphia experiment, a man named Al Bielek would start to have glimpses, visions, and then entire memories of the life of Edward Cameron, a young naval officer serving aboard the Eldridge with his brother, Duncan Cameron.
Wait. Isn't Duncan Cameron a psychic working with the Preston guy?
Yep.
40 years in the future?
That's right.
I love it. Please continue.
Bielek wrote books, spoke at conferences, and gave many interviews describing his time on the USS Eldridge while living in the body of Edward Cameron. Aboard the Eldridge, when what was called a magnetic bottle was engaged, the ship began to slip through time. In a panic, Al Bielek, aka Edward Cameron, along with his brother Duncan, jumped ship. And when they landed, it was the year 2137. Edward woke up in a hospital and was being treated for radiation injuries. Duncan was nowhere to be seen. When his health improved, Edward learned more about the world he was now in. In 2137, the geography of the United States is vastly different. Florida and most of the eastern seaboard is underwater. California is a series of islands, and the Great Lakes have combined into one giant lake. After a devastating nuclear war fought between the West and Russia and China, the world's population has been reduced to 300 million people. The United States, Canada, and most governments were gone. Areas were under local martial law. And just when Edward was becoming overwhelmed, he was transported hundreds of years in the future and arrived in the year 2749. He would spend 2 years living in this time. And life in the 28th century was much different than life in the 22nd. The most obvious change was anti-gravity technology. This allowed people to live in floating cities more than 2 miles above the Earth. And these cities were run by an advanced AI, all interconnected with one another.
You know what's
and
coming.
human life was easy. As long as you contributed to society, all your needs were met. The AI, operating robotic equipment on the ground, handled all farming and food production.
Hippie communist paradise.
Pretty much. And Edward felt like people lost their identities.
Like, really?
Sure, their lives were easier, but they were now mindless drones.
Welcome to paradise,
10 minutes this time.
Then suddenly, Edward felt the world shifting again. Now he and his brother Duncan appeared in 1983. When they arrived, they were briefed by government officials and told to never discuss what happened. Now, Edward would be going on his most important mission of all, but he would be going as Al Bielek. In 1990, Al Bielek's brother, Duncan Cameron, now had full recollection of the Philadelphia experiment and the Montauk Project, as did Preston Nichols, and their memories were terrifying. Back in 1967, their story of time travel and teleportation intrigued researchers at Brookhaven National Labs. Technicians at Brookhaven had made an interesting discovery. The men serving aboard the USS Eldridge were susceptible to mind control. This breakthrough obviously had military applications. The United States could use this technology to tell an enemy's army to not fight. Wars could be won without losing a single life.
And America could take over the planet by controlling everybody's mind.
Well, that's a scary thought.
Hello. They already do it.
What do you mean?
Now, come on. The government uses the news media, big tech, and Hollywood to turn you people into sheep.
Okay, look, having a point of view is not really mind control. People can still think for themselves. Brookhaven scientists were excited to get started. The Montauk Air Force Station was the perfect place. It was deserted, remote, and had all the equipment they needed. It even had the largest radar antenna in the world, an antenna powerful enough to broadcast high-powered signals for hundreds of miles or more. The goal was to broadcast on the right frequency that could alter and control the human mind. The Montauk experiment had now begun. Duncan Cameron having superior psychic abilities was key to the project. He was able to withstand a tremendous amount of electromagnetic energy, and this was necessary to survive the Montauk chair. The Montauk chair was essentially a mind-reading device. It was a large metal chair covered in coils and sensors, and also connected to the chair were 3 receivers, 6 channels, and a Cray supercomputer. If you sat in the Montauk chair, your psychic abilities could be tremendously amplified. Whatever image was in your mind was displayed on the computer screen. The first tests were to see what would happen when Cameron was electrocuted with different amounts and frequencies of energy. They learned that different frequencies could elicit different emotions, and specific frequencies could make him sleep. That could be useful. Animals in the area were also affected by transmissions. There were reports of deer running out of the woods into town and throwing themselves against the glass windows of the stores on Main Street. Soon they were able to perform what researchers called the seeing eye. If Cameron had a lock of someone's hair or some personal object, he could see through that person's eyes, hear through their ears, and feel whatever that person's body felt. He could do this with anyone on the planet, very similar to what remote viewers can do. Using Duncan Cameron's psychic abilities and the technology at Montauk, scientists were finally able to control people's thoughts. Then they learned how to load information, commands, and entire programs onto an individual's mind. And this technique could be adjusted to make people do things they wouldn't normally do. Assassination, sabotage, even self-sacrifice if that was the mission. Over time, the experiments became even more advanced. Cameron was now able to manifest physical objects with his mind. If he thought of an apple or a baseball, the object would appear, first on the computer screen, then holographically, and then finally as an actual solid object in the real world. This breakthrough would lead the researchers of the Montauk Project to their main experiment. Using a huge new antenna and multiple transmitters, they could create a vortex that someone could step through and into another time. Dr. John Van Neumann was one of the great mathematicians of his time. He also made contributions to physics, computer science, economics, quantum mechanics, and lots more. Naturally, the United States put him to work on the Manhattan Project, as well as many other top-secret government programs. Dr. Van Neumann died young of cancer in 1958, but that turned out to be a lie. He was actually placed in a program similar to witness protection to hide his identity. And Preston Nichols was able to find him and talk to him about the experiments in Montauk and how they connected to the Philadelphia experiment. Van Neumann, now an old man, had been waiting 40 years for this very moment. He said when the USS Eldridge reappeared after the experiment, it was fatal to most of the crew. Van Neumann knew how to fix this. One of the ship's power generators had malfunctioned during the experiment. This is why so many men died. But if someone could go back and disable the faulty generator, the ship would come back properly and no lives would be lost.
I'm gonna glue
Al
these
Bielek and
pieces
Duncan
together right
Cameron
now,
were selected to go,
and
but they
then
were
we'll
nervous
continue
about
to clean them here in a
Dr.
sec.
Van Neumann told them not to worry. He knew this would work.
With my
According to the
Timmy
ship's
glue.
records, they had already succeeded. Back in Montauk, Duncan sat in the chair and created a portal to the USS Eldridge in 1943. Duncan and his brother jumped back onto the ship and disabled the generator. Edward decided to stay in 1943, and when Duncan returned back to Montauk, something had happened. His many jumps through time had caused him to age very rapidly, and he was now dying of old age. Now, this could be a disaster because Duncan is linked to so many events in the past that paradoxes could form. To prevent these disasters, the Montauk technology was used to send a message through time to Duncan's father, Duncan Cameron Sr. At that point, Duncan Sr. only had one child, a daughter, but he was instructed to get busy and make baby boys because a lot depended on it. When Duncan Jr. was born in 1951, the Montauk scientists used the boy as a vessel for Duncan's current electromagnetic signature. This would ensure continuity of the timeline without paradoxes. And using a similar technique called age regression, Edward Cameron's consciousness was installed into the body of young Al Bielek. Now, if you're finding this hard to follow, you're not the only one. All these paradoxes and time travel missions were weighing on Preston Nichols. He started to feel like he was doing more harm than good. To the people in the program, to the planet, and to space-time itself. He decided it was time to shut down the program. And for just this scenario, the Montauk Project had a contingency protocol. Someone quietly walked up to Duncan while he was in the chair and whispered, "The time is now." The phrase worked, and a nightmare followed. Upon hearing the words, "The time is now," Duncan Cameron unleashed a monster from his subconscious. But it wasn't in the lab, it was somewhere on the base. Preston Nichols describes it as at least 10 feet tall, hairy and vicious. It was tearing through the base, attacking everything in its path. Nichols' supervisor ordered the power generators shut down, but that had no effect. The creature was still wreaking havoc, building after building. The Montauk transmitter was shut down. That didn't work. The main power coming from the utility company was cut. That didn't work. Power was still on, being generated from somewhere. And worst of all, the creature was still on the loose. Nichols grabbed an acetylene torch and went to the building that housed the transmitter control unit. He yanked out every wire he could reach. The building lights went out, but the transmitter continued to work, and he could hear distant screams coming from somewhere on the base. Nichols then took the torch to the transmitter itself. He cut wires, conduits, even large chunks of equipment. He destroyed everything he could. He says the burn marks can still be seen to this day. Finally, the portal Duncan Cameron created closed and the creature vanished. And for Preston Nichols, this would be the end of the Montauk Project. But for many of the victims, this was only the beginning.
Since the late 1940s and early 50s, the government has had the capacity to what I call bend time.
The Montauk Project ran from the early 70s until 1983, and the story does sound far-fetched, but there are many people who say Preston Nichols is telling the truth. While the Montauk Project was operating, it needed a constant supply of people for its experiments. Unfortunately,
this leg
most of
feels
these
a little
were children,
wonky,
usually
but
boys
hopefully
between
the Timmy
10
glue
and
will
15
get us
years old.
good.
These children became known as the Montauk Boys.
Timmy glue.
Montauk boys were usually runaways, were taken from troubled homes, like families suffering alcoholism, drug addiction, or abuse. One of the Montauk boys is named Stuart Swerdlow, and as a boy, Swerdlow recalls having dreams of waking up in a dark room strapped to a hospital bed surrounded by strangers. And the room was dark and damp, and the walls were made of rock. And Preston Nichols did say that the experiments took place deep underneath the Montauk Air Force Base. One disturbing goal of the Montauk Project was to create an army of children whose minds could be programmed and controlled. Then they could be activated at any time. They would carry out any mission, no matter how horrible, and not remember any of it. Montauk boys have been linked to events like Columbine and the Oklahoma City bombing. In order to prepare the children for programming, their minds had to be broken down. This included starvation and torture. They received electric shocks. They were submerged in cold water to the point of almost drowning. And this was done day after day until the child's mind was ready to accept new programming. And many other men have come forward claiming to be one of the Montauk boys. One said he was forced to take LSD in what became known as the acid house. Another said his body was used as a sort of generator to feed psychics sitting in the Montauk chair, usually Duncan Cameron. As you would expect, many children did not survive this phase of the experiment, and they're said to be buried somewhere deep under the base, still presumed missing after 40 years.
They wanted a large number of programmed boys to be used for mind control operations.
The experiments at Montauk affected everything in the area. Television and radio signals were disrupted.
All right.
Animals behaved
Give
strangely.
it a shot, Ubi.
In 2008,
try
this
chatting again.
animal washed up on the beach at Montauk. It's been called the Montauk Monster. What is this? Now, I should also point out that directly across the Long Island Sound is Plum Island, the location of the Animal Disease Center. Rumors say this island has been used for animal experiments, biological weapons, and even testing human-animal hybrids. Could this animal have come from Plum Island? What's interesting is the CDC, Center for Disease Control, is part of America's Health and Human Services Department. Plum Island, allegedly a scientific research facility, is part of Homeland Security. Maybe we need to do an episode on this.
Yeah, dude, it stands, bro. Look at that.
Christopher Garetano was 8 years old in 1983 and playing on Montauk Beach. He found strange metal objects in the sand. He dug them out and was walking back to his family to ask what they were. Then out of nowhere, someone in a military uniform appeared and chased them off the beach. This started a lifelong obsession for Garetano, and he would visit the base many times. And during these visits, he would find problems with the government's official story. The Montauk Air Force Base is not supposed to have underground levels. Garetano notes that there are manhole covers all over the property. Now, sure, those could be used for drainage, but on one trip, Garetano brought a geophysicist along. And using imaging equipment, they proved that a large concrete building was buried 20 feet down. And many people have explored the buildings over the years, and a few have video that shows evidence of an underground complex that was buried and filled by concrete. During one visit, urban explorer Brian Minnick found receipts from the late 1980s that showed over $80,000 per week was spent on food. Ubi. That's a lot of food for a base that was supposedly shut down in 1981.
Especially the angles and the
Preston
shots you
Nichols,
got.
Stuart Swerdlow, Al Bielek, Chris Garetano, Brian Minnick. The names go on and on. There are dozens of people, maybe more, all claiming to be part of the same experiment. The US government denies all of it. Who do you believe?
I'm saddened today to think of those who did not survive and whose families will forever live with the knowledge that their death and suffering was preventable.
I was a subject in radiation as well as mind control and drug experiments performed by a man I knew as Dr. Green.
What the United States government did was shameful.
Dr. Green was using me mostly as a mind control subject from 1966 to 1973.
What was done cannot be undone.
His objective was to gain control of my mind and train me to be a spy assassin.
I am sorry.
The next year, I was sent to a lodge in Maryland called Deep Creek Cabins to learn how to sexually please men. I was taught how to coerce them into talking about themselves.
Only you have the power to forgive.
The Montauk Project has probably been my favorite conspiracy since Preston Nichols' book first came out in 1992. I spent a lot of my life on Long Island, so a conspiracy that takes place in your backyard is hard to resist. I've been to the Air Force Base, which is now called Camp Hero, and this story has affected a lot of people. The original title of the show Stranger Things was called Montauk, and a lot of stories are taken from Nichols' writing. And this episode was difficult to research and write, because the more I learned about my favorite conspiracy theory, the less I liked the people involved. First, Al Bielek. He's the man who said he served on the USS Eldridge in 1943 in the body of Edward Cameron. There is no record of any Bielek, Edward, or Duncan Cameron serving aboard the Eldridge, or brothers with that name serving on any ship in the Navy. Now, supporters of the theory say their names were erased or changed by the government. That's fair. In Bielek's writings, he used pictures of his family, Edward and Duncan Cameron, and others. They were all proved to be untrue. Most suspicious of all, Bielek had no memories of the Philadelphia experiment until he saw the movie in 1984. He said the movie brought his memories back, but his story is surprisingly similar to the movie. He also struggled with paranoia and other psychological problems. He made a meager but sufficient living off selling CDs and merchandise and talking at UFO conventions. He died in 2007. Many people still believe his story, and they claim that the government has sponsored a disinformation campaign to discredit him. Okay, now Stuart Swerdlow. He's a character. He's still around and claims to be a Montauk boy. He also claims to speak 10 languages that no one's ever heard him speak. His DNA has been spliced with aliens. He's been imprisoned by the Illuminati. He can see auric fields. He can travel hyperspace. He's a descendant of Atlantis. I can go on. He's basically been at the center of every conspiracy theory that exists. Moon bases, hollow earth.
Lizard people?
Yep, even lizard people.
Oh, I create such a wacky story.
Well, you can hire Stuart to deprogram you for a fee.
Ah, that's why.
Now, I'm not saying the guy's a fraud, but I am saying a judge said he was. And if you Google him, it's not pretty. Who knows? Maybe all his potions and vitamins and dog treats will help you reach enlightenment, but I don't recommend buying his products.
Did you just say dog treats?
Oh yeah, he sells all kinds of stuff.
Oh, speaking of selling, did you know that you could buy Wi-Fi's merchandise right now?
What's this?
It's a sponsor, Reed. Be quiet. We've got Hecklefish t-shirts, mouse pads, and hoodies. We got...
This is not a good time for this.
Links below.
I've saved Preston Nichols for last. There were rumors circulating about Montauk for a long time before Nichols came along, but Preston Nichols is the main man behind the current theory, and he's the only man behind it. He actually opens his first book like this.
This work is being presented as non-fiction as it contains no falsehoods to the best knowledge of the authors. However, it can also be read as pure science fiction if that is more suitable to the reader.
Now, there are a lot of things that don't add up. Nichols says the Montauk experiment took place 10 stories below ground, maybe lower, and that there are tunnels deep underground that connect to other secret locations in the United States. Now, that might work in some parts of the US, but it won't work in Montauk. When glaciers move, they pick up all kinds of sand, dirt, and debris, kind of like a push broom. And when the glaciers recede, the debris remains, and this is called a glacial moraine. Long Island is essentially a pile of glacier debris, mostly sand. You just can't dig very deep there. This is why the only skyscrapers in the area are downtown Manhattan. That's where the bedrock is. Nothing else can support deep digging. But there's one final conspiracy about Preston Nichols we need to discuss. And if you have little ones watching, please send them away for a few minutes. Really. Okay. You might remember Preston Nichols used a deprogramming technique on Duncan Cameron. Well, Nichols describes this technique in his books, though it rarely makes it into the fun YouTube videos about the Montauk Project. To be deprogrammed, Preston Nichols has to touch you while you're in an aroused state. Now, I won't give the specifics here, but I think you understand what I mean.
Bro.
And Nichols deprogrammed a lot of young men all the time. Preston Nichols had built a replica of the Montauk chair and research room. And eyewitnesses said Nichols would go into the room with a man, usually in his early 20s. There'd be some noise. About 20 or 30 minutes later, the young man would come out disheveled, often with an uneasy look on his face, and Nichols would be covered in sweat. At one point, Nichols was deprogramming as many as 25 Montauk boys, a few times a week, who he unfortunately called disciples. And they all shared a house not far from Nichols. And nobody knows exactly how many men or deprogramming sessions were involved, but it was a lot. Now, in the books about the Montauk Project, Preston Nichols is a man caught up in a conspiracy greater than he could imagine. He lives a double life. He meets famous scientists. He makes breakthroughs in technology that exist only in science fiction. In these stories, he's a hero. But the truth is, Preston Nichols is a villain. Because of the proliferation of the Montauk Project theory, dozens of men, most of whom had a mental illness, addiction issues, suffered child abuse, or all of the above, believed they were part of this conspiracy. This delusion gave their lives meaning, and it gave them someone to blame that wasn't themselves or their families. And being a Montauk boy gave them a place to belong, a new family of people who understood the pain of what they were going through. And here was Preston Nichols to the rescue, able to deprogram them of all the negative experiences they suffered from the experiment. Preston Nichols took advantage of these young men for years, while other liars and frauds helped him weave a rich, complex narrative.
I don't know, man.
A narrative that still continues.
Which
And this
soda came
conspiracy is
first?
believable because the government has done most of the awful things Nichols claims, drugging people against their will, kidnapping, torture. They've done all of this and worse. The government also spent a lot of resources exploring psychic phenomena. The Montauk Project is a conspiracy grounded in a whole lot of facts. But when Preston Nichols, Al Bielek, and Stuart Swerdlow added their own details, like time travel, aliens, and conjuring monsters out of thin air, they built a house of cards. None of their stories can exist without the other. If we're able to debunk just one small detail of any one of their stories, the house of cards made of fraud and abuse collapses, and then all that's left are the victims.
Secured Sis, what's up, dude? I have not checked out either. This is Warhammer's my first tabletop anything that I've really gotten my hands on.
Thought-provoking videos. This is my favorite YouTuber.
Yeah. But I haven't played yet either. I've only been building. I enjoy building and painting.
Cultures around the world have myths
I would
that
like
speak
to play
of a
one day.
mysterious underground kingdom that exists deep within the earth, hidden away from the primitive and violent surface dwellers, which is us. Picture a society untouched by time, unscathed by war, and unaffected by natural disasters. A culture thriving in the vast open spaces inside the earth. Throughout history, many have looked for physical evidence of its existence, tempted by stories of a peaceful but powerful subterranean civilization with advanced technology and ancient knowledge long forgotten by modern man. This is the story of the underground kingdom of Agartha, and the explorers who've said that not only is it a real place, but they know where it is. Stories of a hollow earth have existed in cultures for thousands of years. Nearly every ancient society has stories about an underground realm, often inhabited by superior beings. Buddhists firmly believe in the subterranean kingdom of Agartha, ruled by the mysterious king of the world.
Ooh, Leonardo DiCaprio?
No.
Yeah, nice,
Agartha
dude.
is said to be home to millions
Hell yeah.
and connected to the surface by a vast tunnel network within the planet's crust. Indian religions speak of a place called Patala, which translates to that which is below the feet. Patala is described as a beautiful land full of rolling green hills and crystal clear lakes. Agartha is described the same way. Some believe this is the real Garden of Eden, that when God cast Adam and Eve out of the garden, he actually sent them to the surface. In an ancient Mayan text called the Popol Vuh, there is the story of Xibalba, an underworld civilization. And from Xibalba, twin brothers emerge, and like Adam and Eve, they became the first people above ground.
No bots,
Chico
no
Mazatec
bots.
is the place where the
Thank you, bots,
Aztecs
but no
emerged to live on the surface of the earth. It translates to 7 caves,
And
and
the
researchers are
birds aren't
actually
real.
looking for it, and some think they found it.
I haven't really like
African and
looked
other
into that
Native
one or
American
heard into
legends
that one too
also
much.
mention subterranean
but,
realms and cavern spirits. The most consistent story
That sounds
is that of an
crazy.
advanced inner Earth civilization, isolated from surface humanity. The Sumerians knew it as Kur, a void space or home of the dead. The Babylonians called it Urkala, another world ruled by gods. The Chinese call this underworld Diyu, and the Japanese call it Yomi. Ancient Egypt, Islam, Greek, Rome, even Celtic Irish. They all have myths of an underground world. More modern myths may call this place hell, but it could be argued that hell is a relatively new concept, that it's a
The other
construct
two
designed to
were good.
create
We're
fear
almost
and inspire
there.
good behavior. But before the concept of hell, the underworld was inhabited by advanced godlike people who came to the surface of the Earth. Once on the surface, they either created humanity or taught civilization to primitive humans. It's easy enough to interpret those as the same thing. And like the flood myth, which is present in every ancient culture, the inner Earth story also appears over and over again. Recent discoveries are starting to point to the fact that a great flood did really happen. So when cultures from all over the world share the same myth, we have to start looking at all those myths as maybe more than just a story. Those myths may be referring to actual history. But to prove the existence of Agartha, an underground civilization, and the Hollow Earth, we'll need more than stories. We need scientific evidence and eyewitness testimony. Fortunately, we have both. The Hollow Earth theory proposes that our planet is not a solid sphere, but a hollow one, with vast unexplored spaces within. In 1692, astronomer Edmund Halley proposed a hollow Earth consisting of a shell about 500 miles thick. Within that shell are two concentric spheres and a central core about the diameter of Venus. Halley said the spaces in between the shells could support life, with light provided by a luminous atmosphere. In the late 18th century, mathematician Leonard Euler used physics calculations to hypothesize a hollow Earth with a central sun. Euler's calculations suggested that gravity would propel matter equally in all directions, forming spheres with hollow interiors.
Wait. How can the Earth be hollow and flat at the same time?
Well, the Earth isn't flat.
Planes always fly in a straight line. If the Earth was round, they would have to adjust for that.
Yeah, that's not how that works.
Yeah, speaking of planes, if the Earth was a spinning ball, you'd be able to fly a helicopter straight up in the air, wait for the ball to spin, and then land on the other side of the planet.
Yeah, the atmosphere spins too.
The air.
Yeah.
Right. How fast does the Earth spin?
Well, that depends on the latitude.
How fast?
Between 300 and 1,000 miles an hour.
Okay, so empty air sticks to the ground, moving
Got
at
the next
1,000 miles
brewing
an hour.
on.
Yep.
In
Knee
perfect
pads
sync,
and
everywhere on a big
side
round
armor.
ball.
Yes.
Agree to disagree.
But what does modern science have to say about the hollow Earth? On the surface, the hollow Earth theory seems to defy basic geological understanding. Seismic data and the study of Earth's gravitational field suggest that our planet is composed of several layers: the crust, the mantle, and the core. However, proponents of the hollow Earth theory argue that the data are open to interpretation. They point to anomalies in seismic readings, which they claim could be indicative of large empty spaces within the Earth. They also cite the existence of vast underground caves as evidence of the Earth's hollowness. And if the Earth is hollow, it could support the large population of Agartha. Even if the Earth isn't completely hollow, if there are vast hollow areas within the Earth, why couldn't they house a hidden civilization? Some trace the story of Agartha back to ancient Buddhist texts, where it's described as a paradise, a place of pure harmony and advanced knowledge. In the Western world, what we know about Agartha mostly comes from Alexandre Saintive Delvedre. He was a French intellectual and occultist. He spoke of Agartha as a secret civilization, its people possessing wisdom and technology far beyond our understanding. Saintive learned of Agartha through his Sanskrit teacher, who insisted it was a real geographic place. Saintive's descriptions of Agartha were vivid and detailed. He spoke of grand palaces illuminated by magical light and of advanced technologies that harnessed the Earth's magnetic field. In the 19th century, Agarthans already had citywide lighting, railways, and even air travel. Saintives believed that the Agarthans were the guardians of sacred knowledge, a knowledge that can bring about a golden age of peace and enlightenment on the surface world. Others would continue the search for Agartha. Occultist Elena Blavatsky searched for evidence of a hollow Earth and the secret tunnels that Agarthans used to travel all over the planet. But as far as we know, Saintive and Madame Blavatsky didn't find Agartha. But not because it doesn't exist, because they didn't know where to look. But we do. The reason Edmund Halley started exploring the idea that the Earth was hollow was because of strange compass readings in the Atlantic. He believed that the aurora borealis resulted from gases escaping from the inner spheres inside the Earth. This suggested there were entrances at the North and South Pole, and once inside, you can navigate the inner shells through vast cave and tunnel systems.
That's actually
the
pretty
Hollow Earth theory
wild.
fell out of favor for a while,
When you
but
put it
gained
that
new
way.
life in 1818. American John Sims launched the notorious Sims hole theory. He declared that the Earth was hollow and habitable. He said the inner Earth is
wouldn't
comprised of
they,
4
like,
nested shells with openings at the
rotate
poles. And
in
Sims
that motion
dedicated
where
much of his
two of
life to
them,
promoting
like,
this theory by trying to
has
put
that,
together a polar expedition,
wobble,
though that
I guess?
never happened. In 1829, Norwegian fisherman Olaf Jansen claimed that he and his father sailed through a polar opening and into the planet's interior. There they spent 2 years among a race of giants before exiting through the South Pole. His story is documented in the book The Smoky God by Willis George Emerson, which is a fun read. But probably the most famous and detailed account of the world inside the Earth comes from Admiral Richard E. Byrd. Admiral Byrd was an aviation pioneer, polar explorer, and one of the most decorated and celebrated officers in the history of the American military, so a serious guy. Byrd took his plane out on a quick survey mission of the North Pole. As he was flying over ice and snow, he noticed the sunlight changed. Then it got warmer. A few minutes later, he was flying over fields of green grass and forests and rivers. He even saw a woolly mammoth grazing in one of those fields. Then he no longer had control of his plane, and suddenly 2 craft came up beside him.
Off our port and starboard wings are a strange type of aircraft. They are closing rapidly alongside. They are disc-shaped and have a radiant quality to them. They are close enough now to see the markings on them. It is a type of swastika. This is fantastic. Where are we? What has happened? I tug at the controls again. They will not respond. We are caught in an invisible vice grip of some type.
Admiral Byrd lands and is escorted by tall, blonde men to an underground city. There, the Admiral meets someone called the Master. Now, I linked to an episode where I go into a lot of detail about what Admiral Byrd found, so check that out if you want to learn more. I'll try not to spoil too much here. So Admiral Byrd found a way to the Hollow Earth in the North Pole. Others have found their way in through the South Pole. The South Pole is often connected to Nazi Germany. Hitler was an occultist and was famously fascinated by the possibility that the Hollow Earth could be accessed through Antarctica. Germany did make an expedition to Antarctica in 1938. I theorized in the Operation High Jump episode that this was the reason the United States sent such a large, well-armed task force down there in 1946. The Germans had maps of the area, including a cave system underneath the surface. They even had step-by-step directions on how to get into the Hollow Earth. The directions are very specific. Distances right down to the meter. After you follow the first 8 steps, the 9th step is interesting.
Proceed to Agartha, full speed. Process straight ahead until the new light can be seen. Change of magnetic poles, the changes of the compass needle and instruments are to be disregarded.
German U-boat 209, commanded by
with the same
he
theory
reached the
as
interior of the Earth and found a vast network of
theory?
tunnels. There are rumors that after Germany surrendered, some Nazis
or
fled
like
to Antarctica and hid in these tunnels.
Planets out there
Other rumors
still,
say they're still
and
there.
Earth
But
with
the poles aren't
crust
the
on
only
it
way to get
being
into the
the
cave
white
system that leads to Agartha. There are entrances all over the world, and chances are there's one near you. The planetary grid system is a network of energy lines crisscrossing the planet. These lines are said to influence everything from ancient monument placement to the patterns of animal migration. The idea of a planetary grid goes back to the ancient Greeks, who believed in a concept called Amphelos.
I mean, I knew it did, but like with
and you can see this
with all the other planets doing their
places like
thing.
the Oracle at Delphi, said to be the center of the ancient world. A few centuries later, in the 1920s, Alfred Watkins noticed that ancient sites seemed to line up along straight paths. He termed these ley lines. And while some considered his theory a coincidence, others saw a pattern connected to the Earth's geography. More recently, the unified vector geometry theory was proposed by Buckminster Fuller and later developed by scientists like William Becker and Beth Higgins. According to this theory, the Earth is covered by an invisible grid formed by 120 identical triangles. This grid supposedly aligns with significant geographical and historical points across the globe. Take the Great Pyramid of Giza. According to the unified vector geometry theory, it isn't randomly placed, but occupies a crucial point on this global energy grid. The same applies to other ancient landmarks like Stonehenge and Machu Picchu, the Nazca Lines, and even the Bermuda Triangle. In addition to the North and South Poles, entrances to the Kingdom of Agartha are also found on some of these planetary grid points. Let's take a quick trip around the world and look for a way in. The first way into the Hollow Earth is in the caves of Diros in Greece. This entrance is closely connected to Plato and the story of Atlantis. From Greece across the Mediterranean to Mount Epimeo in Italy. For centuries, this has been called a portal to the inner Earth. Now going south across the Mediterranean is the Pyramid of Giza. Giza doesn't seem like it would have access to the Hollow Earth, but we now know that underneath the pyramids is a vast cave system, underground rivers, reservoirs, and tunnels. With modern technology like ground-penetrating radar, new caverns and chambers are discovered all the time. Another entrance to the Earth is said to be within King Solomon's mines. Solomon, a king of Israel and son of King David, was known for his wisdom, power, and his personal fortune, described as one of the largest on Earth. King Solomon's mines became known to the world because of the famous novel featuring the character Alan Quatermain, an adventurer you might remember from the movie The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Quatermain was played by Sean Connery.
Underrated movie.
Yeah, I think so too. Wealth is usually associated with gold, but King Solomon's wealth is thought to have come from the mining of copper. And these mines would have been operating around the 13th century BC. Now, even though the legend of King Solomon's mines comes from a fictional novel, treasure hunters believe this is a real place and have been searching for it for a long time. In 2008, there might have been a breakthrough. An ancient mining city was discovered in Khirbat el Nahas in Jordan. There, archaeologists discovered a copper mine and a copper smelting camp, which seemed to be operational in the 13th century BC. The team also found a lot of personal items, including clothing, ceramics, fabric, even tools, all indicating a highly developed, long-term settlement at the site. And these objects have been dated to the same period as King Solomon's mines. The next entrance is said to be in Rama, India, where an ancient subterranean city was recently discovered. Tibet is home to many stories about Hollow Earth, so it's not surprising that there are entrances underneath the Himalayas. One of these is in the underground city of Shonshe, which, according to legend, has been guarded by monks for thousands of years. But there are entrances to the inner Earth in the West too. Iguazu in Argentina allegedly has an entrance hidden somewhere underneath the famous waterfalls. Underneath Mato Grosso in Brazil is said to be the city of Posid, which was built by Atlanteans after the destruction of Atlantis. Even the United States has gateways to the Hollow Earth. Mammoth Cave in Kentucky has been known as an entrance since the first native tribes arrived there thousands of years ago. The most famous entrance to the Hollow Earth in the United States is probably Mount Shasta. It's here where the city of Telos is said to have been built and is still occupied. And there is a lot of evidence that something is happening there. I linked to an episode we did where we called Mount Shasta the most paranormal place on Earth, and it absolutely is. And these are just a few entrances to the Kingdom of Gartha in North America. There are others in Arkansas, California, and other states, and several locations in Canada. Even the site of the secret underground base in Dulce, New Mexico, was said to be chosen because of its proximity to an entrance to the inner Earth. And we did an episode on Dulce Base as well. And you might have noticed that a lot of alleged entrances to the Hollow Earth coincide with locations famous for UFO sightings. And this might not be a coincidence. Whenever someone mentions a UFO, our instinct is to look up toward the sky, to space. Turns out, we might be looking in the wrong direction. When we think of UFOs, we think of extraterrestrials from a distant star. And that could be true. But there's also the theory that UFOs aren't coming from a different planet, but from inside our planet. Scientifically speaking, it makes more sense that there's a race of humanoid beings living within the Earth, as opposed to a race of humanoid beings who have somehow figured out how to cross the vast distances of space. And isn't it strange that the aliens we talk about are all humanoid? Whether they're the small grays, the tall whites, or even the goblin-type aliens, they all kind of look like us. 2 eyes, nose, mouth, 2 legs with feet and toes, 2 arms with hands and fingers. Even the size of the beings is close to the size of humans. Now, maybe all intelligent life in the universe evolves this way, but I would expect life in different biomes, in different ecosystems, on different planets, light years away, to look radically different than humans. But they don't. So it's possible that they're from here, just in places we can't normally see. We see a lot of UFOs coming out of the ocean, but we haven't found any type of base, at least not a confirmed sighting. So what if the base is inside the hollow Earth, under the ocean? I can think of no better hiding place.
Far side of the moon.
Yeah, that would be a good hiding place. And there are crazy things happening on the far side of the moon, and an episode on that is coming up. There have been many UFO sightings around Mount Shasta where the object flies into the mountain and then disappears. Now, assuming the witnesses are telling the truth, and I believe they are, the objects are going somewhere. In the Arctic near the North Pole, the earliest reported UFO sightings go back to the year 1850. Captain DeHaven and his medical officer saw what they thought was a balloon, but then a second object appeared, and suddenly both objects vanished. Around midnight on January 22nd, 1952, a strange object was tracked on radar at a military outpost in northern Alaska. It was moving at 1,500 miles per hour, which no aircraft on Earth could do. 3 jets were sent to investigate, and as the jets approached, the radar blip slowed down and just hovered. A few seconds later, it streaked out of sight, heading to the North Pole, moving even faster than before. On October 5th, 1960, the Ballistic Missile Early Warning Station at Thule, Greenland, thought World War III had started. Radar was tracking multiple objects moving at speeds too fast to be anything except a Soviet missile attack. Within minutes, US bases in England and Canada were mobilized, and NORAD and the Strategic Air Command were alerted. A few minutes later, the radar signals changed course and disappeared somewhere near the North Pole. The military has been dealing with Arctic UFOs since 1945. The first UFO in Alaska emerged from the sea in March of that year. 14 crew members on an Army transport ship witnessed the object. It approached the ship, circled it, and then flew away. And there are many more sightings in the Arctic during this time. Inuits in the Arctic regions have encountered UFOs in the past and included them in their myths. Once, a man from the Buckland River tribe discovered what appeared to be a UFO landing site. 2 strips of land approximately 2 feet wide had been burned all the way down to the ground. On Sledge Island, Inuits have a legend of a massive ball of fire resembling the moon that descended from the sky. Shortly after the object was spotted, a creature described as a human skeleton appeared in the village. According to the legend, this visitor was not friendly and killed most of the people it encountered. These are just a small fraction of the stories about UFOs and visitors coming from the ocean, from the poles, or the middle of the Earth. So we've covered the eyewitness accounts. The next piece of the Hollow Earth puzzle is scientific evidence. We have that too.
Clean off the gun hand.
The Kola super deep borehole was just 9 inches in diameter, and at 40,230 feet, it's the deepest hole on Earth. It took almost 20 years to reach its depth of 7.5 miles.
Mel's hole is deeper than that.
Well, that's true, but that's another episode.
They pulled some crazy stuff out of Mel's hole.
Kola Super Deep was abandoned in 1992 when the drillers encountered higher than expected temperatures. Over 350 degrees Fahrenheit, the drill just couldn't handle the heat. 7.5 miles is a deep hole.
I mean, they might,
but it's 4,000 miles to the Earth's core. So the Kola Super Deep is nothing.
Maybe they're too powerful for that.
We've been taught that the Earth is made up
just
of
like
the
they
crust,
say,
the mantle,
they see
and the core. And the core is 2 layers. The outer core is almost 1,400 miles thick and mostly made of liquid iron and nickel. The inner core is a solid sphere with a radius of about 750 miles. And the inner core is thought to be comprised mostly of iron and some nickel. But if we've only dug 7.5 miles down, how do we know for sure what's down there? Well,
I don't know, dude. I don't know.
But by using different methods, scientists can take a guess. The primary way we've learned about the Earth's core is through the study of seismic waves. These are waves of energy that travel through the Earth's layers. They move at different speeds depending on the density and the composition of the layer they're passing through. Further evidence comes from the Earth's magnetic field, which is best explained by a dynamo effect. This is the spinning motion of the liquid iron and nickel which generates the field. But something strange happened at the beginning of this year. The Earth's inner core stopped spinning. Now, it's believed that the core started spinning again, but in a different direction. And nobody really knows what caused this. We can only guess. A few months later, it was determined that the Earth has an inner core of solid iron about 400 miles wide. So if new discoveries are always being made, and everything we know about the inner Earth is just educated guesses, why couldn't the Earth be hollow, or at least have enormous hollowed out spaces that could support life? Now, skeptics have argued that you can't have life inside the Earth. The main reason, there's no water. Well, when the Kola Superdeep borehole was being drilled, fossilized plankton were found miles below the surface. Still, those are fossils, maybe millions of years old. What about now? Well, in 2014, scientists discovered water hundreds of miles below the Earth's surface. Not just a little water. They found so much water, you can fill all the Earth's oceans with it.
Whoa, that's a lot of water.
Whoa.
Most of the Earth's water is not on the surface, it's inside. This water exists between 250 and 410 miles under the surface in an area called a transition zone, a buffer layer that separates the upper from the lower mantle. Now, if there's water down there, I wonder what else could be down there. Well, in 2019, geologists from Princeton University published a study that surprised everyone. They used supercomputers to analyze seismic data from some of the largest earthquakes ever recorded, including the 8.2 magnitude quake that hit Bolivia in 1994. Earthquakes that big reverberate through the entire planet. We may not feel them, but seismographs can detect them. Analysis showed that beneath the surface of the Earth are vast plains and mountains taller than the Himalayas, all deep within the Earth. How deep? 410 miles, the same depth as where the water is found, the transition zone. So what about the entrances at the poles? Well, pictures are hard to find, and they're allegedly all altered by NASA, which we know they do. But there are a few photos and videos out there of the poles that show something strange. These photos were taken by the SS-7 satellite in 1968. In one photograph, the North Pole was covered by clouds. In another photograph, the same area had no clouds, revealing a massive hole where the pole would be. This was taken from the ISS in March of 2015. NASA says that's a typhoon. Fair enough. But in 1987, the Russian space station Mir recorded something at the North Pole that is definitely not a typhoon. What is this?
Yo.
The hollow Earth theory has been around for centuries. At one point in history, it was the mainstream scientific view. But is there really evidence to support the hollow Earth theory? Well, yes and no. Modern hollow Earth theory always starts with Edmund Halley. He's a famous astronomer, which gives the theory some legitimacy. Halley put forth the idea because he couldn't explain why magnetic poles were moving. He figured there were shells inside the Earth that moved independently of each other. And he was almost right. During Halley's time, it wasn't yet known that the Earth's core spins, which creates the magnetic field. But he was correct that sections of the inner Earth can move independently of each other, including the core, as we only recently discovered. Mathematician Leonard Euler gets credit for pushing the hollow Earth theory in the 18th century. Now, I'm not sure how he became attached to the theory. There's no evidence he ever said anything about it.
What if they are drones? What if the aliens are like, well, at least the Greys that we know are drones.
Was
they're
first
not even
mentioned in the late 19th century.
They're alive, but they're
French
not really,
occultist and esoteric writer Alexander Santive introduced
like
the idea in a
machines.
book he published in 1885. And according to his
They just
writing,
send a whole bunch of
Agartha
those,
was a place of ancient
wreck our
wisdom and
shit, and
spiritual
they're
enlightenment.
fine
But he
wherever
never
they're at.
found actual hard evidence that
I mean,
it was
if
a
we
real
got
place.
drones, they got
he actually never looked.
If we
the
have
idea
nukes,
caught on with
they
other
must have had
occultists
nukes
and
one day.
theosophists like Madame Blavatsky.
I don't know, maybe.
But the only evidence they provide of the
I think
hollow
I
Earth
need a little,
comes from visions and telepathic communication. And I'll leave it to you to
party
determine if
enhancers over
that's
here.
proof enough. Most modern hollow Earth myths come from the Jules Verne novel
Where's my
Journey
stuff
to the
at?
Center of the Earth. When this story was published in 1864, it was a phenomenon and made Jules Verne one of the most famous authors in the world. Before there were blockbuster films, there was Jules Verne.
Now, Admiral Byrd's diary describes how he flew into the Hollow Earth and had a meeting with an advanced race of beings who warned him about war and nuclear weapons. And this is a common theme in science fiction in the 1950s and 1960s. Admiral Byrd's story is basically the same plot as The Day the Earth Stood Still. It just takes place in Agartha. I covered Admiral Byrd's diary in the other episode. I also explain whether the diary is real or not. Spoiler alert, it's not. Now, the water found inside the Earth is real. And when the discovery was made, we were clickbaited into thinking there are these vast oceans inside the Earth. And there may be, but that's not what this discovery showed. There is a massive amount of water in the Earth's mantle, but it's trapped inside rocks and minerals.
Oh, wait, rocks can hold water?
Yep, lots of it. It's a process called mineral hydration. It's a good way to lock water in a dry environment. For example, the surface of the moon is covered in water. The water is just embedded in the lunar soil. So the water inside the Earth is real, just not in a way that's obvious. And the mountains inside the Earth are also real, but also not how we might think. Again, we were clickbaited into thinking there are huge open spaces underground with mountain ranges, and you can't help but picture scenes from Godzilla vs. Kong.
Damn,
but that's not
so
what
dope.
They found. There are mountains of material that are denser than the material around them. It's still solid-ish material, just of different densities. The NASA video is a typhoon, and the video taken from Mir was a hoax, but you probably knew that.
Damn.
Now, it's true there aren't a lot of satellite
I
pictures
wanted
of
it to be
poles,
real so
and there
bad.
is a lot of speculation about this. The truth is, there aren't a lot of satellites there. It's not worth taking a lot of photographs of the poles because not much changes, and photos that are almost pure white are hard to analyze. Now, there are a couple of satellites in polar orbit that measure how much the ice caps are melting.
They're not.
Well, a few years ago, you could maybe make that argument, but
Yeah,
NASA
dude,
reports that Antarctica
exactly.
is losing around 150 billion tons of ice per year.
Yeah, but when does NASA ever tell the truth, huh?
Yeah,
Now,
dude.
that's a fair point. But just last week, it was
Kind of like that
reported
movie that we watched
Antarctica
yesterday.
is
What was it called?
experiencing
Nausicaa.
a 6
Valley
Sigma
of the Wind?
event, which happens every 7.5 million years.
Oh, this sounds bad.
Well, it ain't good, but assuming we're not all underwater, I'll get into that in a future episode. As for things I can explain, there are witness reports of UFOs flying into Mount Shasta. No video that I can find, but multiple witnesses have seen this, and I think they're probably telling the truth. UFOs are coming out of the ocean. We've all seen video of that. And if the aliens landed tomorrow and held a press conference where they said we're not from another planet, but we're from inside this planet, well, that would make sense to me. Scientifically speaking, that's more plausible than creating wormholes and bending space-time to travel through space. But until the aliens announce themselves, or until our government starts telling the truth, we're just not going to know for sure. And there are many, many interesting stories about the Hollow Earth, and there's no way to cover them in one episode, so keep an eye out for more on this topic. Now, it's true we can't prove the Earth is hollow. It's also true we can't prove it's not. If you follow this channel, you know I try to find as much
that's a good
truth in these
point.
mysteries as I can.
As long as there's one
But the real
opening
truth
that
is,
will
some
make it in
mysteries
there,
just
there
can't be
they'll-
solved. And those are my favorite.
Yeah. Damn, dude. You've been thinking about this for a minute, haven't you?
I'm still rolling?
Hell yeah.
Boy. I'm supposed to be cutting promos. So let's cut
Smoke
one.
that.
Thanks for checking out the Y-Files 24-hour stream. I'm glad you're here. I hope you're enjoying it. If there's anything special you want to see, get in touch. Discord, email, or just hit us up in the chat. This place is for you, so we want it to be as much fun as possible. I'm trying not to crash. Almost crashed. You'll see. Here he comes. It's always a Tesla. All right. Here we go. What a needless pause. When all I had to really say is, thanks for watching.
Yeah. Thanks for watching, you guys. Appreciate you guys.
In
Everybody,
2015,
even the
a
lurkers.
routine
Yeah,
study
even the
by the
lurkers
United
and the
States
bots.
Geological Survey, or USGS, discovered strange electrical patterns and vast cave networks beneath New Jersey's Pine Barrens, formations that shouldn't exist in that area. When researchers compared their data with other surveys, they found identical formations and energy signatures in 3 other places: the hills of West Virginia, the Congo Basin, and eastern Oklahoma. Each site had vast underground cave systems, and each site showed unusual electrical activity. repeating patterns of energy too precise to be natural. The more the data was analyzed, the more connections were found. And there was one connection the government did not want to talk about. All 4 locations were connected to cryptid sightings. In 2018, the USGS quietly issued a final report. Despite being thousands of miles apart, the tunnels are laid out in the same mathematical grid, a grid that's slowly expanding toward a central point. It looks like that not only are the creatures living in the underground caves, now they're digging, and they're digging toward the same destination. So 2 questions. How are these cryptids connected? And what happens when their tunnels intersect? The earliest mention of the New Jersey Devil is 1735. Deborah Leeds gave birth to her 13th child. According to the legend, she cursed the child, saying it would be the devil. Then the child transformed into a monstrous creature.
Yeah, teenagers, am I right?
1 sentence. Can I build drama for more than just 1 sentence?
Oh, sorry, I know you don't like cryptids, so I'm trying to help you keep it moving.
You don't need to. We're going to talk about 4 different cryptids today.
Fine, I'll write 4 times as many jokes.
No, please don't.
You're welcome.
Local folklore says the Jersey Devil has bat wings, a goat's head, and a forked tail. You can sometimes see it flying around the Pine Barrens of New Jersey.
The only thing scarier in New Jersey to drive is, you ever see them on a turnpike trying to wrangle a left turn out of a jug handle?
All right, that's enough.
Yeah, I'm gonna light it up today.
The most documented appearance of the New Jersey Devil was January 1909. Hundreds of residents across multiple counties reported seeing it. The wave of sightings transformed the local legend into national news. The creature was described the same way by many witnesses. It had wings like a bat, a head like a horse or a goat, and walked on 2 legs. From the side, its face was like a kangaroo, a long neck and eyes that were described as glowing red orbs. Several people said they smelled sulfur. It was awkward looking but fast and agile. It could launch itself straight up into the air and take flight. There were even hoof prints
good, you
in the
guys.
snow.
We're doing all right.
The prints would suddenly disappear as if it jumped into the air. It was a big deal in the area. Schools were closed. Factory workers refused to work nights. Police officers, politicians, businessmen, they all filed reports. The Philadelphia Zoo offered a reward to anyone who could catch it. Multiple newspapers, including the New York Times, covered the incidents. Law enforcement records showed consistent physical evidence at multiple locations. Witness reports flooded in from Burlington, Gloucester, and Salem counties. A Burlington hunter reported being attacked and clawed by the creature. In Woodbury, a group of boys threw rocks at it, which caused it to screech and flap away. Modern analysis gives a clue why this area might be home to the devil. The New Jersey Pine Barrens sit on top of one of the largest aquifer systems in the country, more than 17 trillion gallons of water. Recent studies revealed extensive cave networks threading through the aquifer system. Geologists say these caves shouldn't exist in this type of sedimentary rock. During the 1909 sightings, there were also electrical anomalies reported. Telegraph equipment behaved erratically. Messages were garbled with strange sequences of numbers. When modern cryptographers analyzed these sequences in 2018, they found a pattern, one that matched electrical wavelengths now being recorded by the USGS. In 1909, police reports documented footprints in the snow, cloven hooves that started and stopped impossibly, as if the creature just vanished. They even took plaster molds of the tracks. The Jersey Devil moved with an unusual gait unlike any other animal on record. In 2021, the Philadelphia Police Department finally released their complete files from 1909. Among them was a sealed report about the plaster casts. Modern analysis revealed rare minerals in the prints that don't exist in surface soil. They only exist in deep cave systems, thousands of feet underground. They finally discovered the lair of the New Jersey Devil. On September 12, 1952, 7 people in Flatwoods, West Virginia saw something that changed their lives, and the town forever. Witnesses included Kathleen May and Eugene Lemon serving in the National Guard. Their encounter would become part of Project Blue Book, the Air Force's official UFO investigation program. The entity they described was at least 10 feet tall. It hovered above the ground in a column of mist with glowing orange eyes. Its body appeared both mechanical and organic. A metallic, dark pleated skirt-like structure tapered to a point. Most distinctive was its head. People said it was shaped like an ace of spades, and it had small claws on its sides. It emitted a nauseating metallic odor that made witnesses violently ill. There was physical evidence as well. 7 witnesses suffered nausea and throat irritation lasting several days. Ground analysis revealed an unusual oily residue at the site, and military investigators said radiation in the area was twice the normal level. The Air Force had an official explanation. It was an owl perched on a branch.
An owl? What about the physical evidence?
Oh, they ignored it.
No, they didn't. They just didn't tell anyone.
That's probably true. That night, dozens of people across 4 counties reported similar lights in the sky. Local radio stations complained about widespread electrical interference. Military radar tracked an unknown object moving at over 13,000 miles per hour before stopping over Flatwoods. Project Blue Book investigators arrived almost immediately. The report was declassified in 1975.
Hate mold
The
lines.
electrical readings at the site matched no known pattern. But the radiation signature did match other locations, readings taken in New Jersey and later Oklahoma. Recent geological studies revealed why the creature may have appeared in Flatwoods. It's the same story. The location is the intersection of 3 underground rivers. This creates electrical conditions like those found in the Pine Barrens, and according to the USGS data, that energy is getting stronger. When the reports from 1952 were reanalyzed, they found that precise geographic coordinates of sightings happened near the electrical disturbances.
Yeah, looks like.
And the highest energy readings matched the most vivid accounts of the Flatwoods monster. Now, based on the locations of the reports, the creature seemed to be leading people somewhere, and it turned out that that place was the entrance of an underground cave system. For generations, the tribes living deep in the Congo have told stories about a monster living in the swamp. According to legend, it's a massive creature with a long neck, tiny head, and powerful tail, and it leaves behind huge footprints. They call it Mkeli Bembe. Why?
It's fun to say. Go ahead, try it.
Can we just get through?
It feels good in the mouth.
That's what she said.
Oh, there he is. I was wondering when you'd wake up.
Mkeli Bembe has brownish-green scaly reptilian skin and 3 huge claws on each foot. The locals were describing a sauropod, a dinosaur. But this was before the first dinosaur was discovered. For centuries, these were just local stories and nothing more. But that changed when Western explorers started reporting their own terrifying encounters with Mkeli Bembe. In 1913, German explorer Captain Ludwig Führer von Stein led an expedition near Lake Tele. He was searching for a race of dwarves rumored to be living in the area. What he found instead were enormous footprints over 3 feet long. They showed signs of a massive body being dragged. Local guides weren't surprised at all. They said the tracks belonged to Mkeli Bembe. More sightings emerged over the following years.
He just got a little too annoying for you, huh? Yeah, he's a little annoying.
In 1919,
You want to skip this episode? I can skip
Eugene
it.
Thomas
Go a little
reported
forward.
a dinosaur-like creature
I think he's going to say
crossing the
that a
Shaw
few more
River.
times.
In 1932, famous cryptozoologist Ivan Sanderson was charged by a huge animal during an expedition. He described it as a reptilian beast about 6 feet high. The scientific community remained skeptical until the 1980s. Dr. Roy Mackle's team uncovered a fresh set of 3-foot-long footprints near Lake Tele. They could only have been left by an extremely large, heavy bipedal reptile. In other words, a dinosaur. In 1992, a Japanese film crew captured footage of a large creature swimming across the lake.
A Japanese expedition traveled to remote Lac Tele, in the heart of the Congo forest. We're looking for a dinosaur, a long-lost leftover from the Cretaceous period. They even claim to have seen and shot footage of plesiosaur-like creatures swimming in the waters of the lake.
Other witnesses have come forward over the years with similar reports. In 2003, a group of miners claimed to have seen a rhino-sized creature with a long tail and small head drinking from a river. Locals reported a dinosaur attacked their crops in 2021. All these sightings occurred in the same area, directly above one of the sprawling underground tunnel systems identified by the USGS, and all are electrical hotspots. In 2016, researchers from National Geographic were exploring those caves. Carved into the walls were a series of ancient illustrations. They depicted Mkele Bembe, small head, large body, and the artwork dated back over 20,000 years. When first discovered, researchers assumed the drawings were fiction. Now it seemed like whoever lived in those caves all those years ago was writing down history.
Excuse me.
In eastern Oklahoma, for years, something has been stalking the dense forests. Locals call it the Adair Beast or the Oklahoma Bigfoot. It's a massive creature, covered in hair. It walks upright like a man, but its footprints are definitely not human. The earliest reported sightings date back to the 1970s around Siloam Springs. Delbert and Ernestine Harris were driving home one night when a huge hairy beast crossed the road directly in front of them. It was at least 8 feet tall, with an overpowering stench like a skunk. In August 1971, Adair County Sheriff saw a creature he couldn't explain. It stood over 8 feet tall, its body covered in dark reddish-brown hair. Witnesses described a face that looked like a cross between an ape and a dog, or an ape and a wolf. It has long, powerful arms and hands with claws.
Whoa, it sounds like a crab cat.
No, I think
It
it's...
has the body of a crab and the face of a cat.
I know what...
Feed a crab cat!
Its eyes are amber-colored and reflect light like a predator's.
Feed the crab cat.
But the witnesses say behind those eyes is an unsettling intelligence. Multiple police officers encountered the Adair Beast that summer. They said it moved much too quickly for its size. A deputy tracked it through creek bottom. It left behind a trail of mutilated livestock and footprints 17 inches long with distinct claw marks. The pattern showed it wasn't wandering aimlessly, it was hunting for food. More encounters were reported over the following years across Cherokee and Adair counties. In 1976, a truck driver almost ran into it as it lumbered across the highway. He said it was half man and half animal, with matted reddish-brown fur and glowing eyes that reflected his headlights. In 1997, a state wildlife officer took casts of enormous footprints found near Siloam Springs. Footprints that measured 17 inches long and 8 inches wide, with clear definitions of an arch and 5 distinct toes. The sightings continued into the 2010s. There was a 2012 encounter where a young woman and her children reported being followed by something big and growling when they were driving home. When they finally got home,
the other guy
they
too.
found a series of 14-inch footprints leading up to the front door.
The guy with the rockets.
If anything was found inside. I can't find what happened to them.
Yeah, got it.
I'm sure they're fine. All these incidents occurred directly above the underground electrical hotspot identified in the USGS reports. The area has the same cave networks found at the other cryptid sites. A local rancher captured the creature on film in 1971. 8 seconds of footage that still defies explanation. Analysis confirmed the subject's height is exactly 8 foot 3 inches, but the footage showed something else. It was examining the ground in a grid pattern that matched the underground geometric formations. In 1971, no one knew about the underground water system or the cave networks beneath Adair County. When they were finally discovered in 1982, the readings were identical to the other 3 locations. And when researchers mapped sightings against the electrical anomalies, they formed a perfect pentagon, with each point corresponding to a deep tunnel in the cave system. The local sheriff's final report included one chilling detail. Deep in those caves, they found claw marks in solid granite. Chemical analysis confirmed the rock was 300 million years old, but the claw marks, they were fresh. Four locations, 4 creatures. For over 100 years, there have been sightings of the Jersey Devil, Flatwoods Monster, Mkele Bembe, and the Adair Beast. Today we covered a theory that the sightings weren't isolated events. They were connected, tied to locations that hide vast underground tunnel systems and unusual electric phenomena. But is it true? Well, hard evidence is tricky. There is hard evidence of all 4 of these, but is it definitely evidence of a cryptid? Well, we don't know. Skeptics say the Adair Beast footprints are a hoax. But that part of Oklahoma is a Bigfoot sighting hotspot. There's been so many reports that for the past 16 years, Honobia, Oklahoma has hosted an annual Bigfoot festival. Now, I don't know if these people have seen a Bigfoot, but I believe that they've seen something. The Jersey Devil has been seen by thousands of people. Over 1,000 in January 1909 over the course of just a few days. But the story has a few problems. First, there's no record of a Deborah Leeds or her 13 children, but I didn't expect there to be. But Daniel Leeds was a local politician in the early 18th century. He was so unpopular that locals called him the Devil. In fact, the Jersey Devil creature was first known as the Leeds Devil. The 13th child legend emerged from around that, but the truth is, this was political name-calling that stuck.
300 years before Trump did it.
Yep. It was so effective that Daniel Leeds left the country. In 1909, thousands of people did see the Jersey Devil, but what they saw was proven to be a hoax. It was a live kangaroo that had wings attached to it with a harness.
And the people fell for this?
Well, people believe what they want to believe. I'll prove it. Look, are alien abductions real?
Of course they are.
See?
But the hooves! The hooves!
Now, to be fair, there were prints in the snow.
Aha!
What they never tell you is they were tiny, maybe an inch or 2 wide. Lots of birds in the area have prints just like them. And of course, birds can fly. Still, there are official reports of people being terrorized by something in South Jersey.
Yeah, the drivers.
You did that joke already.
Sorry. I lost my place in the script. Can we pick it up from...
Kelly Bembe.
There you go.
Would you stop that?
Come on, we can get a new t-shirt out of this.
For help and chased it. 8 or 9 people followed it over a hill, and they were trapped in a mist that smelled like sulfur. Then they saw the creature hovering near a tree. Now, the group was terrified. They ran to the sheriff, who was already out investigating a plane crash.
Oh, so this thing was a plane?
Probably not. There was no wreckage. The creature was gone. All that was left was the smell and something oily in the grass. Now, later we learned that one of the witnesses drove his truck over the area, which would explain the oil and the tracks. And there are sulfur springs in the area, which could explain the smell. But there still isn't a full and reasonable explanation for any of this. Whatever was in the sky, it was important enough for the Air Force to send investigators. Now, the theory about aquifers and electrical energy is interesting. Aquifers do create energy. We covered this a few times. We go into detail in the episode about the pyramid power plant theory.
Link the Tesla pyramid down in your pickle barrel.
Yo,
Connecting the 4 cryptids together is a stretch.
The
cave systems are there. The aquifers are mostly there. There might be a pattern, though I don't see it. According to believers, the electrical readings at these sites produce numeric sequences that shouldn't be possible in nature.
I knew it was going to be
being they're being generated by advanced technology.
Annoying.
Okay, I love the theory, but I don't see the pattern.
Sometimes he's a little over the top.
Another theory is that these
for the
beings
most part,
are
he's
extra-dimensional. They
sometimes.
slip into our world through cracks in reality created by the electrical anomalies. This would explain their prehistoric origins and how they appear and disappear without a trace. It kind of reminds me of the liminal spaces and the back rooms. That's still one of my favorite episodes.
Back room link down in your lunchbox.
So that's a thing now, huh?
Just giving the people what they want.
So we can rationalize footprints as hoaxes or pareidolia. We know most of the videos and photos are fake. This is true with just about every cryptid story.
Birdie,
That's why I
what
don't like
up?
them.
Here you are.
But when I stumbled
Thanks for
upon the
being here.
electrical
Here
connection
we are, we're
theory,
doing
I
it.
became interested. That's the kind of
We're still
theory that
putting
keeps me
together
coming back
one of the
because
homies
it's scientifically grounded.
And the homie from a couple weeks
Electrical
ago.
pun not
Almost there.
intended.
We're getting it.
But it's a stretch to connect cryptids to electromagnetism. But that's only for now. Connecting space and time and electromagnetism wasn't a thing 150 years ago, but general relativity says that any form of energy can cause
exactly.
space-time to curve. Extra dimensions also might be physically proven one day. The math works. As science progresses, we'll find more and more connections to things that were once considered supernatural. And who knows, maybe someday someone will invent a machine that can pierce through our reality and show us another reality, invisible yet right in front of us. This device would be like X-ray vision, but for other dimensions. And wouldn't it be fun if we turned on that machine, looked through the lens, and there was a family of 8-foot-tall hairy humanoids staring back at us? And without missing a beat, one of them stares at the camera and says, "We've been here the whole time."
I'm doing all right, my dude. Thank you for asking. We're chilling. You know,
my casual viewing is right now is
it's,
some Y files.
It was a nice day today. Super windy.
AJ's fucking
But
awesome.
we're doing all right. Everything's good. We're chilling. We're having a good time. Grab your snacks, your drinks, all your paint party enhancers. Watching a little Y files. And take a little. Well, actually, we're probably going to
November
finish
22nd,
gluing this.
1987 was a pretty
These
normal
pieces,
evening for
and then
television
we're
viewers in Chicago. That
we're gonna
night,
switch
like
it over
every
to
night,
a
Dan
game.
Roan was
We're gonna
covering
play
sports on WGN TV Channel 9. Then suddenly, the
40K
signal was disrupted
Dark
and screens
Tide.
across the
I'm gonna
city
play a little bit
cut
with
to black.
Francis.
Engineers
and
at
then after that, I'll
WGN
probably
TV
call
thought
it a
their
night.
transmitters were failing.
Yeah,
They
we're
weren't.
still chilling for a little
A few
bit. We're gonna
seconds later,
finish gluing these last
this
little
happened.
pieces right here.
What the
And this piece. Using Grandma's MacBook Pro. Hell yeah.
WGN's broadcast
uh-oh.
signal had been
Francis,
hijacked
what
in what is
happened?
now known as the Max Headroom incident. WGN TV was able to act quickly and get their signal back, but 2 hours later it would happen again to another TV
You want to
station,
rain check it, that's
and there
okay
was
too.
nothing they can do to stop it. So what happens next remains one of the most bizarre, unsolved crimes in television history. Let's find out why.
Because you are going to see it as well.
Yes, it.
Yes, it. Yes, namely, the Max Headroom story.
At 9:14 p.m., Dan Roan disappeared from WGN TV. In fact, everything disappeared.
Uh-oh.
Then 15
Again?
seconds later, something crazy happened. Wearing a rubber mask and
dude.
sunglasses, the hacker
Put a
looked like
space in between a
artificial
couple of the
intelligence
letters or
television
something
character
just to
Max
get
Headroom.
through it. I'll,
The new
I'll
Max
figure
didn't
it
say
out.
anything, but that
Maybe
doesn't
I
make
won't,
him any
but
less
I'll try.
frightening.
I'll try
After
to
about
figure it
30 seconds of horror, technicians
Which
at
I'll be able to
WGN
read.
were able to switch their uplink frequency and bring
That's
Dan
what
Roan back on
is,
the air. And he did a nice job of keeping his composure, but he clearly was unsettled.
Well, if you're wondering what's happened, so am I. Actually, the computer that we have running our news from time to time took off and went wild.
The engineers figured that this was an inside job conducted by an employee, so they started tearing apart
my
the studio
stepdad told
looking
me
for the
because
perpetrator. They didn't find
he's down
anyone.
for conspiracies
Turns out the
too.
pirate
I wonder where I
broadcast was
get it from.
pre-recorded, and
And
the signal
he
was
told me
hacked by a
about
third party. But somehow
like
this third party was
ancient
able
Native,
to
not
intercept the
ancient, but
WGN
Native
uplink and push
Americans.
their own signal through
Like used to
WGN
call
TV's
him, and he
antenna
used to like
on top of the John Hancock building.
come across
But
the
TV pirates
dimensions or
weren't finished
something,
yet.
and
2 hours
that's why
later,
nobody
on
sees him is
PBS
because
Channel
he
11,
he
in the
goes
middle of a Doctor Who
dimension
episode,
hopping and
Max was
in and
back,
out just like
and
that.
this time, he had lots to say.
If he exists at all, yeah, exactly.
I'll get you a hot drink.
Exactly.
Some dry
Headroom, bro. Because it's probably real, bro. Because he probably exists. They don't want us knowing about extra dimensional nonsense. They're all, oh, if they know about this, they'll be able to do it themselves, and we don't want that.
Oh, I just made a giant masterpiece for all my greatest world newspaper nerds. My brother is wearing the other one. But it's dirty.
As far as I can tell, a massive electric shock. He died instantly.
No, really. What the actual
So for this second performance, there were no engineers on duty. They had gone home for the day. So the transmission played all the way through, and when it was over, the signal was returned to Channel 11. And barely an hour later, the FCC and the FBI began an investigation that would turn the entire television industry upside down. The hunt for Max Headroom was on.
Oh, look at that. You cannot beat that for a first prize. Well, you can, but I can.
Now, to most TV viewers in 1987, the face of Max Headroom was instantly recognizable. He was called the world's first computer-generated TV host. Max Headroom originally appeared in the cyberpunk TV movie Max Headroom 20 Minutes into the Future, which was broadcast in 1985. In fact, he had a show on the air at the time. It ran on Channel 4 in the UK and on ABC in the US from 1987 to 1988. The show was eventually canceled when it was beaten in the ratings by Miami Vice.
Ooh, it's tough to compete with Crockett and Tubbs.
It is. A late-night talk show on Cinemax and a few TV specials had made Max Headroom a cult sensation, and eventually he would become an 80s icon. The Max Headroom story takes place in a dystopian future, and in this future, television networks rule the world. Even the government functions as a puppet of the network executives, whose job is mainly to pass laws to keep people watching, like removing off switches from TVs. And TV technology had advanced to the point that viewers' physical movements and thoughts could be monitored through their television sets.
I bet Facebook and Google love this future.
The only real check on the power of the networks is Edison Carter, an investigative journalist who exposes their unethical practices. Now, the networks don't like this, but Carter gets big ratings, so they have to keep him around. So one day, he's injured in a motorcycle accident, and the last thing he sees before he blacks out is a sign that says Max Headroom, 2.3 meters.
Oh!
So desperate to maintain ratings with its star reporter, the network hires a hacker to upload Carter's mind into an AI, and Max Headroom was born. And despite what most people think, Max was not really computerized. He was played by Matt Frewer, who wore makeup and prosthetics and sat in front of a blue screen. And Max Headroom was designed to be a parody of real-life TV newscasters where the line between news and entertainment was getting more and more blurry.
That line is gone now.
It definitely is. Max Headroom was conceived as a cyberpunk on mainstream TV.
The user agreement?
A voice
Wow.
to rail against the establishment and corporate conglomerates. And the world he described in 1987 turned out to be pretty close to what we're living now.
Have you any idea how successful censorship is on TV? Don't know the answer? Successful, isn't it?
Okay, let's break down the video and how the hacker managed to pull this off in the first place. Max starts with, "He's a freaking nerd." The people have speculated that the beginning of the video was cut off, so we're not really sure what he means, but we do know how he created this voice. By running the audio feed through an analog ring modulator, you can create this effect.
And it might not have been an accident that Max hijacked a Doctor Who episode. Doctor Who fans are very familiar with the evil Daleks, famous for saying, and to create the Dalek's voice, the audio was run through a ring modulator. Now today this is completely done with software, but in 1987, this would have been done with an analog effects pedal that could have been purchased from any music shop. So maybe Max was a Doctor Who fan. Max is referring to the Chicago Bulls announcer who was then WGN Radio's top sportscaster. In the background behind him was a cheap piece of corrugated metal that you can get at any hardware store. It was mounted on some kind of spindle that was rotated by someone off camera. Now, holding what looks to be a marital aid, Max yells the new Coke slogan, "Catch the wave." Now, Max Headroom was the spokesperson for a huge Coca-Cola campaign and made this catchphrase instantly famous.
More people are, as we cocologists say, catching the wave. Catch it if you can. Catch the wave. Coke.
Excuse me.
Yeah?
So the guy who's against huge corporations had a brand deal with a huge corporation?
Ah, I see the hypocrisy in that. Anyway, Max then hums the theme to the 1960s cartoon Clutch Cargo and says, "I still see the X." Now this is a direct reference to Clutch Cargo's final episode.
I want to take a closer look at that thing. Break out the spacesuit, Spinner.
Right, Clutch. You know, I don't like the human mouth on those characters.
Oh, you don't like that, huh?
Not one bit. It creeps me out.
I know how you feel. By the way, that type of animation is called Synchrovox, and it was used in the 50s and 60s as a way to keep animation costs down. It was also used frequently on Conan in the 90s and early 2000s, in case it looks familiar.
Just want to wish you and all your loved ones a very happy you're fired.
Okay, well, Donald Trump, everybody.
Yeah, I don't care for that.
Next, Max says, "I just made a giant masterpiece for all the greatest world newspaper nerds." Now, this is another dig at Chicago's television establishment. The call sign of the station, WGN, was an abbreviation for World's Greatest Newspaper, a slogan taken from the Chicago Tribune, and the Tribune owned the TV station. Now, let's see how he did it.
This one for the video pirates, who managed to scramble Chicago airwaves. The pirates interrupted WGN and WTTW programming with a show of their own. Our Mike Kirsch has more.
Someone wants to get into your house, they can find a way to do that. And I guess likewise, if someone wants to interfere with your signal, they can find a way to do that.
While some viewers were entertained by this prank, the stations and the government were not amused. Officials from the FCC pledged to track down the perpetrators and bring them to justice. Agents from the FBI's Chicago field office also joined the investigation.
I'd like to inform anybody involved in this kind of thing that there's a maximum penalty of $100,000, 1 year in jail or both.
There was a growing fear among law enforcement, the military, and communications experts that our signals were vulnerable. Imagine the chaos you can cause if you tried something like this with military transmissions. Now, at the time of the Max Headroom hack, broadcast signal intrusions were considered rare, limited to small, low-power stations, and special knowledge was required, and equipment that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars or more were needed. A city like Chicago didn't think they were vulnerable.
Oops.
To hijack a television or radio station signal, you don't even have to be in the studio. How many stations work is the signal is sent on low power from the studio to a big antenna. This is called the Studio Transmitter Link, or STL. Then the big antenna takes the STL, amplifies it, and broadcasts it. Now, Max knew this and was able to position a piece of equipment in between the studio and the tower. Then all he had to do was transmit to the tower on the correct frequency and push out a signal that had more power than the studio's.
Apparently somebody with some microwave equipment was able to interfere with our signal going to the Hancock transmitter.
Now, this is not just anybody off the street. He has to have an electronic expertise of some level, right?
Yes, he does. It takes very sophisticated equipment to do this at a significant power level.
Now, obviously, this takes a lot of knowledge about telecommunications, but if you have good line of sight to the tower, it can be done with relatively cheap equipment. Now, before you get the idea that you want to try this, remember, A, it's illegal, and B, signals are now encrypted, so that system really wouldn't work. Now, Max probably didn't come up with this idea himself. Just 1 year earlier, HBO endured an embarrassing hack. This intrusion was perpetrated
Cheers, you
by the now
guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching.
Midnight.
Thank you for your
There is
time.
nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission.
April 27th, 1986.
That night, HBO broadcast The Falcon and the Snowman.
Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Snowman.
I don't think you're right about that.
I am. Anyway, at around 32 minutes past midnight, the screen flickered into color bars with a message superimposed on top.
I love this guy.
Lasting about 4.5 minutes, the message from Captain Midnight was America's first known broadcast signal intrusion. HBO execs didn't publicly discuss the incident, which was a protest of the recently announced price hike. Within a few days, FCC investigators had found the hacker. Captain Midnight was a satellite technician named John McDougal, who worked for a satellite uplink company in Ocala, Florida. At the end of his shift, McDougal flipped a dish in the direction of HBO's satellite and broadcast his message, overpowering the network's signal. He explained to investigators that he was frustrated at the network's rising fees, which hurt his other business, selling satellite TV equipment. After pleading guilty to charges of transmitting without a license, a violation of federal law, McDougal paid a $5,000 fine. Now, to this day, McDougal doesn't regret the incident. He said HBO was deliberately gouging satellite customers in order to get them to switch to cable. It turns out, he was 100% right. That's exactly what HBO was doing, and it worked.
Just because something's not legal doesn't mean it's not right.
I couldn't agree more.
It generated hundreds of calls.
Really kind of expressing sympathy over the fact that our signal would be interfered with in this way and that it would inconvenience so many thousands of our viewers.
The incidents are now under investigation by the FCC and the FBI.
But the odds, I'd say, if a guy continues to involve himself, either sporadically or continuously, it's very great that we will determine who it is.
The investigation into the Max Headroom incident went on for a while, but eventually the trail went cold. The FCC and FBI weren't prepared for this type of investigation, and the agencies weren't cooperating with each other. Ever since 1987, people have speculated about who Max was, from local dial-up BBSs to Reddit. There are tons of theories. Eventually, each theory is debunked, and to this day, nobody has come forward. Now, most people believe that it was an employee with an axe to grind against WGN, but nobody really knows for sure. There was no message, there was no motive, and decades later, no perpetrator. It seems like it was done purely for the curiosity and the glory of simply doing it. That's good enough for me. Thanks for hanging out with us today. My name is AJ. That's Hecklefish. This has been the Y-Files. If you had fun or learned anything today, comment, like, subscribe, share. It really helps out the channel. The algorithm is a succubus who wants to seduce us and harvest our essence. But with your help, we can defeat her.
When you say essence, do you mean...
Never mind that. Until next time, be safe, be kind, and know that you are appreciated. Hey, it's me. I know I'm way too tan. I'm shooting today, and I don't want to look so corpsey. I'm going to fix it, though. I'll fix it in post. I just wanted to stop by. I'm checking out the merch room here. How am I out of breath from 5 steps? It's supposed to be a 5-second promo. Anyway, thanks for watching the 24-hour stream. I'm glad you enjoy it. If there's anything you want to see on here, get in touch. This place is supposed to be fun. It's for you. So let us know what you want to see, and we'll make it happen. Operation High Jump commenced in August 1946. It was the largest, most heavily armed naval task force ever sent to Antarctica. Leading the mission was Admiral Richard E. Byrd, one of the most famous naval officers in history. The official purpose for the expedition was scientific research and military training. But that was just a cover story. Operation High Jump had other goals. One was to extend American sovereignty over Antarctica, something that was denied many times by the US government. Another was to locate and destroy a secret Nazi base and capture the Nazis' new secret weapon, the flying saucer. UFOs were seen all over the area, suspected to be Nazi test flights. Admiral Byrd was sent to find out.
Did they find flying saucers?
Oh, they found a lot more than that. In December 1938, aware that he was on the brink of war, Hitler dedicated considerable resources to searching for mysterious ancient artifacts said to have incredible power. One of these expeditions launched on December 17th, 1938. The SS Schwabenland was sent on a secret mission to Antarctica.
On board were scientists and engineers, but also members of the Thule Society, a German occultist group. The Thule Society believed that a highly advanced race of human-like beings called Aryans existed somewhere deep inside the Earth, and the entrance to their world was at the South Pole. The classified mission of the SS Schwabenland was to find a location for a secret underground base and make contact with the Aryans living in the Hollow Earth. And once contact was made, negotiate for access to their technology. The ship reached the Antarctic coast a month later. For the next 3 weeks, they mapped hundreds of thousands of square miles of the continent. About 150 miles inland, aerial reconnaissance found what is described as an Arctic oasis, an area about 300 square miles that was free of ice, filled with warm water, and even contained plant life. In the ocean beneath the oasis was a geothermal vent that kept the area relatively warm. This was the ideal place for a base, especially for U-boats. This is where the Nazis would establish the infamous underground facility known as Base 211. Over the course of World War II, Base 211 became a massive complex, as large as a small city. Initially, it was designed as an offensive structure, where U-boats and missiles could be deployed. But as the tide of war turned against the Axis powers, it became clear that the base would be an ideal way to escape. In the final months of the war, huge amounts of equipment, supplies, and personnel were transported to Antarctica. At the same time, thousands of Nazis escaped justice and were smuggled to South America, with most of them hiding in Argentina. One of the infamous German officers to disappear was Hans Kammler. Kammler was in charge of Hitler's secret weapons program. Kammler's engineers had created a prototype long-distance supply plane with a range of over 4,000 miles called the Ju-390. Only 2 of these were made. One of them belonged to Kammler. And as of April 1945, neither Kammler nor his plane have ever been found. And just a few months later, thousands of UFO sightings were reported all over South America. The American government feared that Kammler and his scientists had escaped to Antarctica,
I should probably base
where they were continuing their work, operating
or should
out of
I
a secret military
primer them
base
without the base?
hidden deep underground. But these were just rumors. There was only one way to find out. Go to Antarctica.
I base them.
Okay, before we talk about what Admiral Byrd saw in Antarctica,
Come on, just get to the weird stuff.
I will, but it's important that you
Probably with the
understand what
base
kind of
on there,
man
right?
Richard Byrd
Primer
was.
before base?
He was
Okay.
not some
All right.
pseudoscience
All right.
conspiracy theorist kook. He was a legitimate
got it. We're
badass.
doing it.
Here are the bullet points. Richard Byrd reached the rank of Rear Admiral by the age of 41, the youngest admiral in Navy history. Now
Alright,
that
so we're
by
just gonna put him
itself
away
is
now since,
impressive. But how about this? He was a
we're
recipient of the
done
Medal of
building,
Honor, the Navy Cross, Flying Cross, and the Silver Life-Saving
You
Medal.
you
In
down
all,
to
he
try to
received
get on some of
22
that dark
citations and
time now, or do you
commendations,
want to wait a
including
little
9
bit? I
for
could try to
bravery
make that
and 2 for extraordinary
I can go ahead and
heroism.
make that
He was,
Homer.
to this day, one of the most highly decorated officers in the
Teleport
history of the
Homer?
Navy. Now, his
Teleport
resume goes
Homer
on,
if
but
you're-
I think you
you
get the
still,
point. If Admiral Byrd
need
says he
some
wants to be
time.
the first man to fly over the North Pole, he does it. And if the United States sends a major expedition to the South Pole to conduct a top secret mission, well, there's no
Okay.
more qualified person on the face of the earth to lead it than Admiral
Good call,
Richard E.
thanks.
Byrd. Operation High Jump commenced in August 1946.
Area 51
The official
alien told me
purpose
that
of the
last
mission
week
was to
also,
train
but
personnel and test
I wanted some
equipment
more
in cold
opinions.
temperatures, to explore Arctic geology, study the weather, and develop techniques for
Good on this
establishing
guy.
air bases in frigid climates.
Oh, I still
Admiral Byrd
have-
led a Navy task force of almost 5,000 men aboard 13 ships, including a brand new state-of-the-art aircraft carrier loaded with dozens of planes, bombers, and helicopters. This task force was armed to the teeth. There were 2 destroyers, tankers, supply ships, icebreakers, 2 heavily armed seaplanes, and an attack submarine, all fully stocked with the best weapons in the entire Navy.
That's a lot of firepower
We
for
can give
training
me a few minutes
exercises
to
and
take the puppy
studying the
outside.
weather.
Yeah, dude,
Right?
handle.
That mission was the cover story.
I gotta turn on the
No
computer,
personnel
make sure I got
training or equipment
updates.
testing
and-
ever took place. No
It'll take me a
practice
minute.
maneuvers.
Get rid of
no
my
military
cable right here.
exercises. No scientific study of any kind was ever done. According to eyewitness testimony, declassified records, and Byrd's own journal, Operation High Jump had other purposes. One goal was to extend American sovereignty over the Antarctic continent, something that was denied many times publicly by the US government.
Naturally.
The other goal was to locate and destroy the secret Nazi military complex known as Base 211. and to capture any flying saucers they could. The Armada arrived on January 15th and immediately started building a base called Little America. But then the Operation High Jump story takes a turn. Originally meant to be a 6 to 8 month mission, after just 40 days, the base is evacuated and the task force withdraws. This massive, expensive, and important mission is suddenly terminated. So, what happened? And this is where Admiral Byrd, a legend in his own time, becomes a legend for all time. The Navy task force retreated to Chile, and as soon as they made port, rumors spread about strange findings and disasters that forced the mission to be cut short. Admiral Byrd himself spoke to the media, and rather than deny the stories, he expressed deep concern about the real possibilities of devastating aerial attacks on the U.S.
This doesn't sound like a guy on a scientific mission.
It sure doesn't. Byrd warned that it was imperative for the United States to take immediate defensive measures against hostile forces in the Arctic and Antarctic. The Admiral went on to say that he wasn't trying to alarm anyone.
Too late.
But the cruel reality is that in case of a new war, the United States could be attacked by flying objects that had the ability to move from pole to pole at incredible speeds. Admiral Byrd reiterated this in a few different statements. He warned that there was a new enemy that could attack any country at any time, anywhere, no matter the distance. When Admiral Byrd got back to Washington, he was immediately debriefed. And though he had just spent 2 weeks making statements in the press, after a lengthy interrogation, Admiral Byrd never uttered another word about Operation High Jump. The mission was immediately classified top secret, and any sailor who spoke about the mission would be arrested and imprisoned. The Navy then published a brief summary of the mission's achievements and admitted some sailors were killed, but they didn't say how many. And officially, all the deaths were accidents, and the bodies were buried there, not brought home. During one of his flights, Admiral Byrd was missing for 3 hours in an episode of lost time, but that was officially blamed on radio failure. The official reason for terminating the mission early was poor weather conditions, and that was that. However, you know how Admiral Byrd was missing for 3 hours and experienced lost time?
Yeah.
Well, Byrd was meticulous at documenting everything. But when he returned to the States, his journals were confiscated and classified. But the government didn't get everything. He had a secret diary that he gave to his son right before he died. And if any of what he claims to have seen is true, well, it changes everything. According to Admiral Byrd's diary, he fuels up for a flight early in the morning. The weather is clear, and mechanically, the plane checks out. At 8:15, at an altitude of 2,300 feet, he checks in.
0815 hours. Radio check with base camp. Situation normal.
At 10 after 9, he notices a color pattern in the snow. Nothing extreme, but he circles the area to get a closer look. He makes visual contact with camp and radios in his findings. Then, his instruments start to act strange. He writes that both his compasses are gyrating so much that he can't even use them. So he uses the sun to navigate and maintains a visual of camp. He reports that his controls are feeling sluggish. He's concerned about the wings icing up. There's a little ice, but no indication of a problem, so he continues flying toward what he perceives as a mountain range.
0949 hours. 29 minutes elapsed flight time from the first sighting of the mountains. It is no illusion. They are mountains and consisting of a small range that I have never seen before.
He crosses the mountain range and descends toward what he describes as a green valley with a small river running through it.
There should be no green valley below. Something is definitely wrong and abnormal here. We should be over ice and snow. To the port side are great forests growing on the mountain slopes. Our navigation instruments are still spinning. The gyroscope is oscillating back and forth.
He drops down a bit and circles back for a closer look. He reports the green as being moss or tight grass. The light seems different here. He can see the ground easily, but he can no longer see the sun. Now this starts to worry him because he's using the sun to navigate, but he gets distracted by something he didn't expect. On the green valley below, a large animal is grazing.
It appears to be an elephant. No, it looks more like a mammoth. This is incredible, yet there it is. Decrease altitude to 1,000 feet and take binoculars to better examine the animal. It is confirmed. It is definitely a mammoth-like animal. Report this to base camp.
Admiral Byrd flies over green pastures that stretch for miles, and he's so amazed by what he's seeing, it takes him almost 30 minutes to realize it's not cold anymore. Frost on his forward window is gone. Same with the bits of ice that were on the wings. He removes his gloves. The window of the canopy is warm to the touch. He records an external air temperature of 74 degrees Fahrenheit. His instruments are now back online, but his radio is out. And remember, in the official report, Admiral Byrd was out of radio contact for 3 hours. So he flies for another hour over what looks to be a countryside or a pasture. On the horizon, he sees the impossible, a large, shining city. The plane shudders. Admiral Byrd grabs the controls, but they're not responding. He notices the plane feels light and buoyant. Then, on both sides of the plane, strange aircraft are rapidly closing in. They're disc-shaped and seem to be radiating light, and somehow they're running completely silent. Now, thinking this is now a really good time to head back, Admiral Byrd tries the controls again. No luck. The plane's engine suddenly cuts out, but somehow continues flying, controlled by some unseen force. The craft are right up alongside his plane now, close enough that Admiral Byrd can see markings. In that instant, his wonder turns to terror. The markings are swastikas. According to documents leaked in 1991, things back at Camp Little America take a strange turn. Just 2 days after arriving, bright lights were seen on the horizon. The sailors thought it was another ship, but they were below the Antarctic Circle in uncharted waters. The lights then ascended at a 45-degree angle into the sky very quickly. They tried to make radar contact, but were out of range. 3 hours later, 5 more lights appeared in the sky and began flying directly toward the ships. Anti-aircraft guns and 20-millimeter cannons were fired but had no effect. A radio operator stationed on the USS Brownson gave testimony of how strange craft suddenly appeared from the ocean. And this is corroborated by Lieutenant John Sayerson, who said objects shot vertically out of the water at tremendous speeds. One object flew between the masts of a ship with such force that the radio antenna oscillated back and forth from the turbulence. An aircraft from the USS Currituck took to the sky but was immediately struck by a beam of energy and destroyed. About 10 miles away, the torpedo boat USS Maddox burst into flames and began to sink. According to the report, this was the first attack of several that would occur over the next few weeks. February 26 would be the last engagement with the unknown craft. The Navy task force ordered retreat and left the area, a full 6 months before their mission was supposed to end. Although Lieutenant Sayerson couldn't identify the lights, he wondered if they were what he called German wonder weapons, being operated by survivors of the recently defeated Third Reich, operating out of a secret base under Antarctica. His testimony has fueled speculation that still exists, and to this day, investigators are trying to determine what really happened during Operation High Jump. Admiral Byrd's radio, which hadn't been working for at least an hour, suddenly comes back to life. Though the signal was distorted, a voice starts speaking English with a slightly German accent.
Welcome, Admiral, to our domain. We shall land you in exactly 7 minutes. Relax, Admiral, you are in good hands.
The plane gently lands itself, and Admiral Byrd is met by several men, all tall with blonde hair.
Aryans?
Sounds like
It's
it.
like,
Byrd joins the strangers on a platform that levitates and rushes them toward the city at great speed. He's directed to an elevator.
There it is.
An audience with the master. Admiral Byrd is led into another room where an older man is seated at a long table. Admiral Byrd is asked to sit down. The master says his people are called the Ariani, and they've been observing humans for a long time, but only now are they choosing to interfere. The master says that Admiral Byrd's race is too immature for atomic energy and are at risk of destroying themselves. The master says every time they try to make contact, their ships are fired upon and pursued by fighter planes. So instead, they chose Admiral Byrd to carry this message. Because he's a famous and well-respected figure, the master hopes that the world will believe him. After the meeting, the admiral is escorted back to his plane. And after flying for a few minutes, a voice comes through the radio that control of the aircraft is now his. A voice says, Auf Wiedersehen, and disconnects.
Definitely Aryans.
When Admiral Byrd
And my
arrives at the
plane
Pentagon in March
answers.
1947, he is debriefed and interrogated for hours. He relays the message from the master and advises the president. He's ordered to remain
update's
silent
done.
about the
That was quick.
operation. And indeed, Admiral Richard E. Byrd never spoke a word about this mission again. The final entry in his diary is a number of years later. Admiral Byrd feels what he
How do I
calls
make
the long
friends?
night
Let's
coming,
see.
but doesn't want this knowledge to die with him.
Just as the long
There we
night of
go.
the Arctic
Add a
ends,
friend.
the brilliant sunshine of truth shall come again. And those who are of darkness shall fall in its light, for I have seen that land beyond the pole, that center of the great unknown. Admiral Richard E. Byrd, United States Navy, 24th of December, 1956.
And Admiral Byrd passed away 3 months later. This secret diary was found by his son, Richard Byrd Jr., and subsequently released, as was his father's wish. And 18 months after that, the Antarctic Treaty was signed, forbidding anyone from going to Antarctica without special permission from one of
Do you want
12
just my friend
signatory
code? I can give
governments.
you my friend
And
code.
even with special permission, you may only
I'll put it
go
on the
in a
screen
few
for you.
small designated areas. Antarctica is
I'll
bigger than
just say
Europe,
it's fine.
bigger than Australia, bigger than the entire United States. Yet all that
Whenever you're
land is
ready.
off limits. Why? Was there
Or
a
you
secret
can
Nazi
yours,
base?
either or.
Is there a civilization living underground? The UFOs described by the sailors in 1947 behave an awful lot like UFOs we're seeing right now. Since we can't go to their
my
world, they
enhancers
could be
ready.
trying to come to us with the same warning
And
they
my
gave
soda.
Admiral Byrd. So maybe instead of trying to destroy these craft and destroy each other, we might want to listen to what they have to say. And who knows? The entire fate of the world may depend on it. Okay, talk about a story having it all. UFOs, Nazi bases, government cover-ups, even Hollow Earth. And I've done a lot of research on Hollow Earth, so if you want to see that video, let me know in the comments. Anyway, I'll tell you right up front, there's a lot of the story that can be debunked, but not all of it. Let's start with Admiral Byrd's secret diary. It's not real. First of
Yeah,
all,
I'm ready.
the flight in the diary takes place in the North Pole. So we're already off to a rocky start since Antarctica is as far south as you can get. And some of the log entries are almost
the
identical
beginning,
to
though, like,
actual
starting
published
from
log
0 to 3
entries
all the
from
way
the
up?
Admiral.
All right,
The same types of instrument failures, engine issues show up in both places for some reason. Also, whole paragraphs of what the master said to Admiral Byrd seem to be
Yo, bro, you got
plagiarized
an,
from the 1937
Asian-
film Lost Horizon,
Asian
where the
code
main
over here?
character is talking to the Dalai Lama, who issues the same kind of warning. In 1964, a book about the Hollow Earth was released by Walter Siegmeister
Hold
under the
on,
pen
maybe I
name
missed the last
Raymond
bit.
Bernard. Admiral Byrd is mentioned quite a bit in the book. Bernard went on to write lots of books about UFOs and Hollow
Yeah,
Earth.
here we go.
And later, when Byrd's
I
secret
missed
diary
one, I missed
appeared,
one.
guess who wrote the foreword? Yep, Raymond Bernard. But the dead giveaway for me, the secret diary is full of exclamation points. Like, lots of them. If you read any of Byrd's other logs, no matter how excited he gets, he doesn't write like he's posting on Reddit. He writes like a gentleman.
030
So, what about the Nazis?
5
Here's where it gets tricky.
9
The Schwabenland
19
did go to
8
Antarctica in 1938, but its mission was to secure new ports for whaling to supply Germany with its own whale oil for margarine.
Whoa. A Nazi
988
mission to the
one.
South
All right.
Pole for a delicious buttery
But
spread?
it's
Exactly.
weird though, because it says
Germany
that
wasn't at war
your
yet,
name
but
is
Hitler
like all
was
sorts of
planning it.
Asian.
A lot of oil and fat-based products were imported. Hitler wanted to make sure that these industries could continue and his army
I'm
could
sending
be
invite.
fed in case foreign
Alright,
supplies were
invite
cut off. The
successfully
Nazi
sent
mission
to
did claim some land for Germany, and it's widely thought that they did look for
Chinese
a location
characters.
for a base and maybe even tried to build one, but no evidence of a base has been found. However, Nazi artifacts have been found in the Arctic, in the north, which could be why this story continues to circulate. But so far, nothing in the south.
Could be underground.
Oh, dude.
It could be.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not saying nothing's
Just wanna
there.
make
I'm just
sure
saying
it's
we haven't
really you.
found it yet.
Or they found it and
You know,
aren't
I was-
telling anybody.
Well, that's always a
I was
possibility.
thinking at least
the
they
U.S.
would
government
come at,
did lie
you know,
about the real
in,
purpose of Operation Highjump.
English letters,
And it's
but,
true,
nah,
Admiral
dude.
Byrd never spoke about it publicly, except for those cryptic
Street
comments in the
characters.
Chilean newspaper El
I
Mercurio.
can't
El
read any
Mercurio
of those
is
guys.
a real paper, and Admiral Byrd did give them an interview.
But yeah, as long as it was you, it's
Obviously,
all
the
good.
article was
Here we
released
go.
in
Here we go.
Spanish.
We're doing
But
it.
when it was translated back to English, his words were twisted around to make the story sound more dramatic.
Never let the facts get in the way of a good story.
Right. Byrd never said there are ships that can fly
Says
pole to
pending,
pole
so
at tremendous
it's
speeds.
there.
He said the United States could be attacked by planes coming from the poles, and it should be ready for that. And Operation High Jump had a press contingent, about a dozen reporters giving daily reports. There really wasn't much going on, so rather than send back a 3-word story, lots of ice, the reporters added their own flair. For example, Byrd did find a small lake that had uniquely warm temperatures with algae growing in it, but it was reported as a land of blue and green lakes and brown hills in an otherwise limitless expanse of ice.
Start the game up.
Right. In 1991,
Do
after
anything
the
to
collapse
refresh
of the
it?
Soviet Union, millions of secret documents were released. And one of those, written in 1947, was a description of Operation High Jump. And in 2006, a Russian documentary was released based on that secret intelligence report. The Soviets did believe that Operation High Jump was a mission to find and destroy a Nazi base. And look, with all that firepower, I don't think that's a stretch. The reports of the battle with UFOs comes from the Soviet documents. But it's iffy on the facts, and they got some of the names of the ships wrong. But they did get some right. And the US military has a history of changing a ship's name and rewriting the ship's story if it serves Navy policy.
Propaganda.
Always. The Soviet report said that UFOs weren't trying to destroy the American ships, which they easily could have done. They just wanted the ships to turn back. The mission was cut way short. The official reason for that is weather. But that's a lot of resources wasted because of weather. Were there really UFOs protecting something down there? Or is this disinformation deliberately leaked to the Soviets by US intelligence? I don't know. I've debunked as much as I can for you. Even though a lot of the story is false, not all of it is. And it seems as the only way we'll get answers is to go to Antarctica. But if there's one thing that every government in the world agrees on, it's that whatever is down there needs to stay there. But I'll leave you with these final thoughts. Just a few months after Operation High Jump, a UFO allegedly crashed in Roswell, New Mexico. The location of the crash is only a few miles from the world's first nuclear explosion. And Admiral Byrd did go missing for 3 hours and arrived back at camp 3 hours late. He was in a small, short-range airplane, so why didn't he run out of fuel?
Hey, thanks for checking out the 24-hour stream. Shh, did you hear me whistle? It's so annoying because I have to speak in my performance voice, which is kind of loud, and every SH sound becomes a whistle. But I'm not doing this take again because I'm just here to say thanks. Thanks for watching the stream. If there's anything you want to see on here, get in touch. Discord, email, or just hit us up in the chat. This place is for you, and we want you to have as much fun as possible. Thanks again.
I see in my friend's tab, but it says you're offline. What?
Your world is an illusion. Your choices are irrelevant. Your friends, your family, and everyone around you are just manifestations of your mind. You're a trapped animal in a cage, a virtual reality created more than 250,000 years ago for a single purpose, to use you
I don't really
as
know how to
food.
use Steam that well.
Your emotions are food for those who created the cage. Feelings of happiness and joy are digestible, but those emotions are nowhere near as nourishing as sadness, malice, and especially anger. Pain on a small scale is good, but pain due to war, famine, and pandemics, well, that's even better. You're born, you grow, and you spend the first third of your life learning how to live in a society that barely knows you exist. Maybe get married, have kids, maybe even grandkids. Then you die, and the pain ends. But death is just the beginning, because now you get to do it all over again. The oldest recorded history comes from ancient Sumerian texts, and that's where we're first introduced to the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki are believed to be 7 deities, also referred to as the 7 gods who decree. Their purpose was to determine the fate of mankind, and their stories mirror some that we find in Greek mythology. And like the Greek gods, the Anunnaki dwell in the heavens, but also interact with people and influence events here on Earth. Gods from polytheistic religions like the Anunnaki, the Greek gods, and the Roman gods served many purposes. They were used to explain natural phenomena like Zeus creating thunderstorms. Thor also served this role in Norse mythology. The gods provided comfort about the uncertainties of life and questions about mortality, the afterlife, and human suffering. Gods and their myths established social norms and values. Myths often included lessons about the virtues of honesty, courage, and wisdom, or the danger of hubris and deceit. Worshipping gods who represent these qualities creates a framework for social and moral order. Gods are part of the creation myth of many cultures, used to explain the origin of mankind. This was also true for the ancient Sumerians. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, written thousands of years ago, the Anunnaki are directly involved in the creation of humans. However, the stories about the Anunnaki might not be myths. The stories might be history. Zechariah Sitchin, in his book The 12th Planet, claims the Anunnaki are actually aliens who visited Earth thousands of years ago from their home planet Nibiru. When they arrived, the deity called Enki added alien DNA to ancient man, and the result was us. The intention was to create a slave species to mine gold for the Anunnaki. The gold was refined and used in terraforming their home planet, which was suffering from a poisoned atmosphere. Now, this may sound like a far-fetched story to some,
Not to me.
but this creation story shows up in other cultures as well. There's an ancient Zulu legend about two brothers named Mwani and Mpanku, who were from an alien race with scaly
It has a little Steam symbol
Thousands
next
of
to it,
years
too.
ago, the brothers stole an egg from a fire dragon, emptied out the yolk until it was hollow, and then rolled it across the sky to Earth. That egg was the moon. Many ancient texts describe a time when the moon didn't exist, or at least it didn't exist here. Aristotle wrote about the Pelasgians, who lived in ancient Greece since the oldest days, at a time before the moon. Apollonius of Rhodes also talks about a time when the moon wasn't yet in the sky.
In ages
Send me a
past,
Steam
before
request?
the silver orb adorned night's somber shroud, Gaia stood alone. The tides lay still, untouched by Luna's grasp, and darkness reigned where moonlight never cast its tranquil spell. Oh, how the gods conspired to shape that radiant disk.
Greek historian Plutarch wrote about the Arcadians. They were a very ancient people who lived in Greece. Plutarch described them as a pre-lunar people. Roman poet Ovid also wrote about the Arcadians.
In Arcadia's lush fields, where Pan's flute sang, a truth lies hidden, nearly forgot by man. The Arcadians are said to have possessed their land before the birth of Zeus, and the folk is older than the moon.
Evidence of a sky with no moon has also been found on the other side of the world. In the ancient site of Tiwanaku in Bolivia, there are symbols that depict the moon coming into orbit. And this happened at a specific moment in time thousands of years ago, long before recorded history. According to the Zulu and other ancient cultures, the moon didn't form. The moon was built, and not built here. The Zulus say that the moon was built in another part of the galaxy by the alien race that Wawani and Mpanku came from. They built the moon as a monitoring station to keep an eye on us, the human race. But what kind of aliens are depicted in these old legends? They're not the small gray aliens. The
I want to
aliens
join
that
somebody
built the
else's
moon
random
are
strike team.
reptilian.
Lizard people?
Yep, lizard people.
Lizard.
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 Better.
Oh, it is the okay. Join strike. There it is.
David Icke has written over 20 books about various conspiracy theories. He's covered everything from the Illuminati to UFOs to the multiverse.
He's my hero.
But he's probably best known for his theory about a humanoid reptilian race.
Well, it's not a theory if it's true.
Do you mind?
Sorry. Lizard people get me really excited.
Oh, I know.
We there? We good?
Khan brothers, Enki and...
There it is. I think we're good. Alright, so it's both of us. He's my guy. Alright, we should be good now. on the ship.
Speak to me of your accomplishments. We are the righteous, you and I.
Could still use another. Check out your talent tree. Talent tree. Talent points 3. All right. I don't know what half of these mean. You got any recommendations? I mean, it's just that it just matters to like my preference, right? I need more defense because I die too easily. Zealot? Oh yeah, no worries, Manhandle. Miner. I'm just gonna click on some stuff. Man, stamina cost. Oh, I don't know. Tell the truth. Good night. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. We're just gonna play a little bit more. Maybe we'll go back to building the last teleport beacon thing, but I think we're just gonna play the game and call it a night. I think we'll see. See you next time. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. What's going on, Ubi? All right, ready, Freddy. Let's do it. Are you able to start the? Oh, all right. Remember, you're gonna have to carry my punk ass noob meat shield over here.
Manufactorum HL1736 has been selected as a test zone for replicating the formulation of Mobian steel. The primary smelter is currently offline due to heretic interference. You are to correct the situation. May the Omnissiah guide you to victory. And may he grant me patience should your predictable failure come to pass.
At the same time.
Oh, sorry. All right, here we go. Yeah.
Omnissiah walk with you, Omega 77.
Ah, KX. What is the status of the smelter?
Alas, a turgid demon infests the smelter's workings.
Did you hear that, varlets? Seek, destroy. You like doing that?
Barrel's going! Get out of there!
Hey, where'd he go? Oh, there you go.
This place belongs to Tech Priest. Minimize damage. Ready with ground control. Those grenades were tedious.
Oh. Nice, dude.
It's done! Oh, it's done, well done! Proficient
Behind us, behind us. Oh, big guy. Watch out. Oh, I died. I was in the fire too long. That's right. Just wait for that fire to go out. Oh, thanks. And just got me. Cool.
I concur. We have a moment to shrive our souls and burden yourselves of your sins. When I worked in confession, Zealot, I can tell you my methods were a little different. Found this way!
Manufactoran defense teams will handle Wolfer's forces, but I'm sure stragglers will cross your path.
Ever seen a rattling sniper in action? I heard something. Take out this heretic from a mile away. More snipers are always welcome. Eat as much as they can, or we won't win it. The light is fading. Oh, that's a nasty wound, Zealot. Get healed and get back in the war, soldier!
Do you seek to stop?
Ammunition! May our aim be true! That might have saved a life. Instead, it healed a scratch. Station!
Oh, dude, I almost missed the station.
Applying.
I'm healed, I'm good.
Send in another wave of boxes. They won't stand.
Then it falls to us to save the facility. Why isn't that elevator moving?
Scout shotgunner!
I'm coming.
Beneficent Emperor, bids you rise and fight. Kill confirmed!
Oh, the music, there it goes. Oh. Oh, fire, fire, fire. Watch out. Gotcha, Benji. Damn, got me. They got me.
Aid me, lest you be judged.
No worries, no worries. Yeah, that was a bunch of fools. Yo, there's magic in this game? Yeah, I forgot there's somebody doing lightning last time. Oh, yeah.
I need rescue! Fanatic, you appear to need help.
Hell yeah. Thanks, fellas.
Can you lot make less noise? Fragging amateurs. You should be glad I have not brought the loud hailers.
If only we had a proper facility to conduct this research. Alas, that I am constantly forced to make do with substandard resources. No offense, varlets.
I pity those who don't live in my cities. There are some feral worlds without any at all. Then pray, tell us what you would build in that place. All I know is, high tertium is a value to the boss. That means we gotta clean out these fraggers quick sharp. Hold on to your status!
Metaphysical corruption must be excised from smelter machinery.
Oh, what got me?
Metaphysical contagion in retreat. Continue.
Did you just take the fragging ammo again?
You want ammo? Find your own!
Ammo!
Over here. Yeah.
The defenses will not hold. What is a little blood and pain when so much is at stake?
That's a malicious threat!
Hell yeah, dude. Oh.
Cleanse this place! One mutant at a time!
No, dude. Wow. Alright, I'm coming, I'm coming. Oh, kill these guys. Yeah, yeah.
Think about killing first and surviving second, and you might make it through.
All will unfold as the beneficent Emperor wills.
Desist!
Oh, damn.
We will slay them!
Yeah, yeah.
Kill confirmed! Alert! How close?
Oh shit, watch out! Damn it. My bad, my bad. Bounce, bounce, bounce.
The eye of the storm, wherein our wounds may be healed.
The way's clear. Ain't a loyalist between us and the inner bastion.
Those walls won't hold with a power down. Water is fought.
Time is almost up, varlets. Faster!
Oh! Nice, dude.
I do lament the condition of this facility. Tertium's so-called administratum has proven itself lax time and again. Organics were ever thus.
Need ammo, need ammo. Damn.
is no more. Almost all no brain.
Hell yeah. Get him, you guys.
Grenade.
Hell yeah, fellas. I'm not much help, but hell yeah, fellas.
Humans have souls, or if they are simply beasts which walk and talk. There's none more loyal than an oven. Pretty sad if the Emperor didn't give them souls. Trust them more than I trust most humans. Clear? All over it! Sniper dead! That's the Emperor!
For the Emperor. I need ammo.
My weapon is empty!
Careful, careful. Nice, dude. Oh. Oh, another big guy. I got you. No way, dude. Right at the end? Are you kidding me? Oh, dude, it's over. It's over. Benji. You got this, Benji? Bruh, what in the... Those fire guys, dude. Fire guys are bullshit. Son bitch. Oh, dude. Oh, dude. Woo. I don't know, bro. That's true. Very true. At least we still get experience and stuff. That's pretty dope. Unlike some games that takes experience away when you lose. Cool. Be thou the scourge of traitors. Let faith trample reason? Hell yeah. We're still not on the same ship, huh? Front, Yennefer, no fucking Kamali. Go. Level 2? Hell yeah. I'm way down. In fact, let me enhance my powers just a little more. Yeah, buddy. Is there anything I have to do? Do I have to, like, accept something? Oh, my bad, dude. My bad, you guys.
Status report. systems is alpha priority. Swift deployment of cryonic rods will safeguard the facility. Try not to disappoint.
Oh yeah.
I would extend my sympathies, had I any.
Forgot tech priest joke. Too bad. Was funny.
And I also like that you keep running even though you're out of stamina, as long as you don't let go of your run or don't unrun. And then the stamina recharges fairly quickly too, so damn dude, is it only Helene stayed back there, dude. Oh, she's barely coming. Helene, don't get lost.
Or would you prefer defeat?
She'll be fine. Hopefully she's played before and she knows how to make her way over here. We'll wait for her right here. Oh, get in there. Come on, Helene. You're almost here, kind of. Come on, Helene.
For humans, I have seen worse.
Cool, you guys. We got Helene behind us. Homie Francis has got it down over here. Got Francis's back. Oh yeah, dude. Oh, there's a box right here. Empty. What? Oh, big guy. Oh. Oh. Yeah, out of here. Are we good? Are we cool? Hell yeah. Oh, it's a new level. I got ammo again. Yay. I like that shield he has. Is he actually using that as like a shield? Or is that just like cosmetic? No, he's probably straight using it, dude. Let's go. Hey, he can't hear me, can he? Like when I said something, he turned around and looked at me. Oh shit! Sneaking up on me. Zombies sneaking up on me.
This is maintenance area AF-134K. Advance to production line AF-135K.
To think that we serve so vital a thread in the beneficent Emperor's tapestry of order.
Health over here if anybody needs health.
You mistake my passion for arrogance. You are not the first.
Oh. Get it. Get it. Oh, he got me. The dog thing got me. Damn dog monster. Thanks. Oh, there's so many guys. Whee, get him. Go, 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 go. Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him, get him. Oh yeah, dude. Hell yeah, you guys.
There's no cover! One-way trip! Come on!
Catch that gun!
Motionless. A shameful lack of productivity. Follow the conveyor to the overseer's office.
See, pilgrim, our righteousness has been rewarded.
Yeah, here they come. Oh! Lenny, what are you doing? Help us, bro. Health over here.
Enemies in cover.
Target!
Where are we supposed to go?
And glory, perhaps, but mostly death. This way!
Oh.
Many kinds of hope. You're lucky you get me.
Because what the galaxy needs is more oversized idiots.
Then you'll be telling us grey ogrins are real!
Yeah, weren't we down here already? Oh shit.
Take him out! Ammunition!
They're done in.
Where's the boss at? Is it by her?
Overseer's office! All the controls will be closed!
Nice, you guys. Damn good. Good job. Oop.
Pilgrims, show these heretics they cannot hide!
No. That's
Only way it's done! Engagement range!
I don't know what this is. Celerity stim. Oh,
The next stage is beyond your limited intellects. Trust to your data interrogators. Data interrogation rate acceptable.
You need a target, big man!
Connection failure. Error. Investigate. Redress.
Regulation Z to 112. Get it off me!
Please kill! Getting some payback. Enemy, in cover!
wow, really?
Damnable. Oh, what foolishness is this?
Damn, finally, bro. Look. Like, you have to do it like right when it's after it's passing it. If you try to do it like as it hits it, it's too early. Behind you.
I'll make it right.
Iterative phase nearing completion. rockets in position. Move to Matrix Spire and commence system flush.
Grab some of that ammo, soldier. Down there. We ain't coming back.
Surely the Morning Star is blessed by the Emperor himself.
The ships go. Shoot it.
Yes.
Don't waste it. Come on.
Reloading.
Crosswalk.
Flank 'em.
Takes his dead. Move out.
You think Emperor pleased with me? Your job is to serve the beneficent Emperor.
Here I come to save the day.
Beneficent Emperor, they are upon us! The Hound is coming!
Hell yeah.
Prepare such devastation!
System cascade redundancy is sufficient for full peer grade restoration.
I thought so.
Deploy cryonic rods to the coolant ducts. Take the shiny blue stick and put it in the hissing box. Can you do that?
Medicaid.
Gotcha.
Beneficent Emperor bids you rise and fight.
Didn't expect to see you, Dylan.
Ooh. He just ran past. We got it. Where's it go? Over there. Damn, dude. So the big guy can carry it just like fine without any problems. You can just jump down here.
rules. Don't like. Remember that. Come back here.
Phase 2 complete. Emergency coolant can now be engaged.
Coming in! Cover me! I'm patching myself up. Cracking
Now stay focused, soldier!
You don't mess with the Emperor's hammer!
Damn, dude.
Extraction.
Fuck out of here. Woohoo! Fuck out of here, you guys.
Sufficient.
Oh, man.
Is the deed. Time for us to leave.
Oh, shit. They're coming up behind you.
It's all in the wrist!
Good kill! Now do it again!
Hell yeah.
That hurts.
Nice shot from me, big man!
Woohoo! Damn, dude. You guys did, damn well. Hell yeah. All right.
Silence, varlet. These are holy relics you speak of.
Holy relics. Yeah, no worries, bro. Handle. I'm chilling. We'll switch back to the live files for a minute.
Vic Tandy got to his office the next day and started looking around for the ghost. Now, he didn't find one, but he did notice something strange. He was an avid fencer, and in his lab, he had a foil locked in a vise.
Wait, he sold stolen merchandise?
No, that's a fence. Fencing is a style of sword fighting using a foil.
A sword made out of foil?
Now, a foil is the type of sword.
I'm so confused.
It doesn't matter. Anyway, a foil was locked in a vise, and Tandy noticed it was vibrating really quickly, even though nothing was touching it. Now, it turns out a fan was recently installed in the lab and was causing a sound wave to bounce between the walls. And the wave's intensity was focused in the center of the room, which was the location of the foil. And where he was standing when he saw the ghost. Now, Tandy calculated the frequency of the sound at about 19 hertz. This frequency is important. The range of human hearing starts at 20 hertz, so Tandy's fan wasn't audible. It's what's known as infrasound. But just because we can't hear it, doesn't mean it can't affect us. All material objects have a natural resonant frequency, and if the object is exposed to a sound wave of this frequency, it'll vibrate in response. This is called sympathetic resonance, and you can test this. If you strike a key on a piano in one room, a piano in another room will resonate that same note. This is also why running your finger around the rim of a glass at just the right speed will produce sound. Now back to Tandy's lab. It turns out that the human eye resonates at about 19 hertz. So what appeared to be a ghost was actually Tandy's eye vibrating at the frequency of the fan. Since this frequency has an actual physical effect on the body, the sound was causing a sense of fear and anxiety to employees in the area. And Tandy said that when they switched off the fan, it was like a huge weight was lifted. And these frequencies don't just affect humans. Researchers have discovered that just before a tiger attacks, its roar contains frequencies at 18 hertz, which could disorient their prey long enough for the tiger to move in for the kill. Now, just under 20 hertz has been called the fear frequency for how it affects mammals. And lots of horror movies have used sounds at or just above the fear frequency to make their films even scarier.
What happens if we go lower?
Lower than 18 hertz?
Yeah.
Things get much worse.
How much worse?
Ever hear of the brown note?
The brown note? Does that mean what I think it means?
Grab a diaper.
Oh no!
The brown note is said to occur at frequencies between 5 and 9 hertz. This is the hypothetical range of sound that supposedly causes humans to lose control of their bowels. I say hypothetical because nobody's been able to actually prove it yet. The brown note was famously busted by Adam Savage on Mythbusters when he surrounded himself with giant speakers and had the note pumped into his body. Now, he didn't feel so great afterwards, but his diaper stayed clean.
He actually wore a diaper?
Yup.
I love Mythbusters.
Me too. But here's the thing about that experiment. Air really isn't a great conductor of sound, especially at low frequencies. But when you're physically connected to the vibration, its effects are much more intense. The United States Space Program conducted tests that transferred brown note and other frequencies directly to subjects' bodies by vibrating cockpit chairs. Now, test frequencies range from 0.5 hertz to 40 hertz and power levels of 160 decibels.
Is that loud?
Well, for comparison, a lawnmower is 90 decibels, a chainsaw is about 130, and a gunshot is 140. So testing people at 160 dB, even if you can't technically hear the sound, it's gonna get results. Test subjects experienced nausea, hallucinations, difficulty breathing, and involuntary motor functions. Now, nobody officially crapped their pants, but this experiment is probably where the urban myth came from. But you don't have to be an astronaut to get sick from sound. There's something called wind turbine syndrome. Now, not everyone, but a little over 20% of people who live near large wind turbine farms report all kinds of negative effects, and they range from difficulty concentrating all the way up to extreme stress and uncontrollable migraines. In one instance, an air traffic controller almost caused a fatal plane crash because he was experiencing insomnia caused by living near a wind farm. Now, there have been about 20 studies done on wind farms, but they found no link between the turbines and people getting sick.
Who conducted these studies?
The wind turbine companies.
I thought so.
Still, it has been proven that people
Maybe time to consider new tactics.
Yeah, no worries, bro. I mean, sounds good, but yeah, no worries. Yeah, I got a new gun. It's more AK looking than Uzi looking. The bigger one. I got a bigger gun. Does more damage too, by like 14 more damage. My other gun did 22 that I was using, and this one does 36.
Probably just data gremlins, Mom. Back on Armageddon, things got a bit tricky during the final days of the war.
Which war was that, exactly?
There's only one battle for Armageddon that matters, Mom.
Damn, just us two? Alright. We got this.
It's known as the Carnival by most of its inhabitants, and as the Pit by Tertian's enforcers. It was never pretty, but now it's a Mobian stronghold. It's worse than ever. Black market trade is rife, but we're interested in the stims passing through the amphitheater. They could be a blight source, but we need a sample to be sure.
Alright, dude. We got a couple bots, or is it just, Yeah, we do got a couple bots. Or one bot.
Another day, another daring mission behind enemy lines?
Ooh, my new gun. Hell yeah. He's all stoked.
Oh, I just thought I'd pop in. See if I can be of assistance.
Place looks crazy, dude. Are we inside a spaceship right now? Or is this like a planet?
So bad, they say I shoot back.
Damn, dude. Oh shit! Oh, I fell up. Oh, dude. Nice. I'm glad the bot was there to grab me. Thanks, bot. It's almost over for me, dude. What I get for looking at the skyline.
I have the charge in place.
Oh shit.
I really would consider moving faster, but don't mind me.
Bottom floor, that's what my contacts say.
I'm down.
I will commend you in my pride. This is my blessing.
Oh yeah.
Shoot at the enemy, Dr. Ally! Over eliminated! I'm deploying the charge!
Alright, charge is set. Oh, sorry, bro. Hey, come on. Come on, teammate. You're in the wrong room, bro.
Mercy comes for you, Master!
Dude, what I don't like is the recoil. The recoil on the gun is wild. Oh. Yeah. Oh, fire. Damn, dude. Come on. Damn, dude, got me. Son bitch. Get him, you guys. No, you just have to save me. Save me, save me, save me. Thanks, guys. Good, you guys? Damn. Holy shit.
Beneficent Emperor's glorious banner.
It's almost over for me again.
If I get half a chance, I'll run to the world.
Good thing we got Crad Francis on our side. Carry my heavy ass over there.
Beware, pilgrims! This is a nest of indolence and wickedness!
Our lives mean nothing tomorrow, and the others, of course. We're expendable.
Beware! A hound! Send this abomination to hell!
Nice, dude. Good looking out.
Soul delivered unto judgment. Kills yours, priest.
Engagement range! Advancing! Give me cover!
Pilgrims! A sniper!
Enemy!
Go!
Do you seek ammunition, zealot?
How much ammunition could a single pilgrim require? A hound comes seeking judgment!
Where? Oh, nice. Good looking out, guys. Oh, guess not. Nice.
Kill the hound! More heretics approach! I can feel them!
Enemies! On all sides!
Your best approach is straight through that brewery.
Waller! Come! Let us tend our wounds!
Nice.
The purser must think me a fool to accept the prices as they are.
Have you tried wood? And I did it instead!
Run.
There's a hound close!
I'm sure this is taking longer than it needs to.
Thank you for bringing the matter to my attention.
Come on, try! What? A sniper! Calm yourself.
Dizzy. I'm not used to all of this running around.
Don't care. Keep moving. Pilgrims!
Here I come. I'm coming. I'm running.
Ammo!
Ah, I can almost smell the beer. Best not to think what they're fermenting, though.
Master! Don't let it get close!
Oh. That's right.
Forgive me. Oh, I have failed you. You'll survive!
Hell yeah. Oh yeah. Where's that boss at?
Shouldn't be far now. Together and moving.
I need this. I need this. There you go.
Grenade supplies!
Oh, one of them got me. Oh, and him too. Oh, let the dogs out. Ooh, 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 ooh. Damn, dude. Fucking mutts. Dirty, mangy mutts. Fuzzballs.
Our greatest reward shall be right. That this world ends by purging flames.
Yes, yes, yes. I knew that was coming.
What was coming? Off turret!
Nice. Damn, dude. Wait, where? All the way back there? Wow.
Do you ever talk about anything else? Got any hobbies?
I'm a soldier. If I relax, I'm dead. If I'm dead, I can't. Exploding barrel! Have a care!
Time to put those ciphers to work. Confirm the presence of the Sims, then open the route for the extraction team. You can bet the heretics won't make this easy, so look for ways to secure the area.
Ammunition! Perhaps some will hit the enemy this time.
I want everyone together before I update the crit team.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
I see how you all regard me, as if I'm something inferior. I'm glad to do so.
The beneficent Emperor has a plan for you, Psyker. Remember that.
Target confirmed. Good work. Let's get this wrapped up.
Medicare station!
And try not to damage anything. If those Sims aren't tainted, they'll have resale value.
Avarice.
Oh, go and stay in the corner and think about data things, would you?
Wait for the roof to open. All right. All right. Here we go. We're doing it. Oh, bastard. Hey. Thanks. Hate that guy. Hell yeah. Gotcha, you got her. Oh. There it is.
A med station. Medical station.
This really is a formidable body
Oh,
count.
crud. Heal up, bro. Where'd you go?
Oh, can you help me about something?
They found common ground. I spoke.
Yo, where's my ride at? Where? Right here too? Oh, it's both on top.
I see the Emperor's in no hurry to help.
Enough of that.
I'm coming, bro. I'm running.
Veterans
Hey,
dead?
there you go.
Training can only carry
No
you so
way.
far.
I require more ammunition.
No way. Are you serious? Where you at? No way. Is there no way of saving you? Don't tell me. Oh, bro. Way lame. Did you lose anything out of that? That was fun, but damn, dude. I don't think I blinked for a quick minute. My eyes, they burn so bad. Woo! That's awesome. Combat axe, huh? I don't know, I like the sword. I'll stick to the sword for now. Duty is vital, understanding is not. Where?
There's a lot of work to be done. A lot. Tertium's big and we're just scratching the surface. I suggest you use your downtime to pick up the slack. We'll be posting up contracts. Scouting, sweeps, surveillance, that sort of thing. I know, more work to do. But people who put in the time can earn a few markers for their effort. The seniors have their eye on you. Plus, it pays extra.
Alright. Hell yeah. Access siren tutorium, new penance. Starkiller?
Recon teams, Wormwood
no.
agents, and loyal citizens risk their lives delivering vital intelligence. It's dangerous work, but the Imperium is built on the blood of martyrs. Sire Darius Melk is responsible for collating and analyzing these reports, identifying priority targets, supply lines, and transitory weaknesses in the traitor war machine. The benefit of the tasks he asks you to undertake may not immediately be clear, but like Mobian's steel, triumph is forged of many elements. Strength, certainly. Courage, of course. Faith, above all. But to have any hope of victory, we must also be clever.
You may address me as Sire Melk. I have been long in Inquisitor Grendel's
Do I have to do any of this? I don't have to,
I
right?
can assure you that he relies upon my
Or just like...
judge of character. If you visit me from time to time, I will gladly furnish you with a mission contract commensurate with your ability. Complete these tasks and receive a modest... Alas, for the Imperium.
Even at peace, Tertium festers with bad blood. At war, it will get much worse. Please, stay
Alright,
safe.
I think I'm good. Whenever you're ready, I'm ready for the next one. Or whenever you want to wrap it up, that's cool too. But, I'm here. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Building a new gun, nice.
Do not grow attached to the rejects. They won't be here long.
All the more reason to show the...
Recent developments with the Mobian 21st have reinforced the need to put an end to the distribution of the blighted stims once and for all. You're to insert it to the carnival, specifically in the vicinity of the Cathedral of Messinevengent. Don't get any ideas. This district's just as squalid as the rest of it. All intel points towards the cathedral itself as being the next waypoint in this squalid little trail. Advance, investigate, and await further instructions. That'll be all.
Tread carefully. Ever since the wormwoods went silent, we've been blind down there.
Nothing a little preparation can't account for, I'm sure. Now that is unexpected, and a little concerning.
You were saying something about preparation being a universal curative?
Details, my dear Augustine. The cathedral remains the target. Though I grant you that events are likely to have a little more spice to them
Oh, you can't.
than previously anticipated.
No worries. I mean,
The air's thick with signals. The rock interceptor code is struggling to get a fix.
Have patience, Augustine. Hadron takes pride in her work, and for good reason.
If only you were here to operate it. I'm no tech adept.
maybe this way?
Keep close! Danger awaits!
Got her!
It would appear that Wolfer has a master.
Was that ever in doubt?
No, but that they have remained hidden until now raises questions about what we face here.
No!
I think we came from over here now.
Terror's just a dream. Here and now. That's what's real.
You right here?
A virtuous life is pilgrimage enough for me. Life is dead!
Yeah, dude, I'm lost. And we found it now. No, we came from here.
My mission success is still possible.
Damn, bro.
I told you the Wolfer was the key to all this. You didn't listen.
Now is not a good time to indulge your obsession, it seems.
You said that before.
beams are of little use now.
Not a boss. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Oh shit.
Come, let us tend our wounds.
Is this it right here? Is this our exit?
Lie to us again. Speak to us of how this is under thy control.
Wait. Just wait. They will come no further.
Thy confidence is a crutch.
Oh, checkpoint. Yeah. Alright.
Ammo for you, soldier.
Another ambush. Still playing the hit.
You're sealed in. Keep fighting and wait for an opening.
That's the spirit. You'll die.
You're impossible.
Hey guys.
What thou hast must be sufficient.
Oh yeah.
So much for thy soldiers. Let the grandfather's blessing carry the day.
Oh shit, did my game lag out? Oh, okay, we're back. For a second, everybody was running into the same spot for a second. Oh shit. Oh, what happened? Reconnect to ongoing? Yeah, reconnect, bro. What happened? Yo, Phil, what's up, dude? Thanks, dude.
Recent developments with the Mobian 21st have
We're in the middle of killing a boss guy, and I got kicked out of the disconnected, dude. I'm hardwired in. I don't know why. Cheers, you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching.
This district's just as squalid as the rest of it. All intel points towards the cathedral itself as being the next waypoint in this squalid little trail. Advance, investigate, and await further instructions. That'll be all.
Yeah.
Is your aim so bad you require all the ammunition?
Knuckles down.
Embrace Nurgle's truth!
I should have seen it.
This guy.
Very kind, but untrue. There will be recriminations enough to last a lifetime.
Mad station.
Got him!
Oh, they got me. I'm over here in the corner. Alright, I'm good still. I'm alright. Thanks.
My thanks.
Oh.
Sniper has ended.
Yeah, buddy, run it. Oh, they blasted me. Oh, thanks, bro. I'm glad you were right there to get me. Yeah, let me get this real quick. Thanks, guys. Hell yeah.
Whatever the cult intends, those stims are clearly part of it. Strike team, silence please, now.
Where? Damn, dude. Oh, it's that big fucker over there. The Tommy gun. He got me. Hey, will you guys kill this guy trying to stomp me out? I got thanks. Oh, he got me in one hit, you guys. Watch out. Oh, nice job, you guys. Woo! Killed him and saved me. Alright, destroy those things. There it is. Is that it? Nice, dude. We got rewards.
The three shall meet.
Damn, dude. Way to hook me up some levels, some items, experience. I appreciate the carry, my guy. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh yeah. Damn. Spare no thought to pain. Let thy mind be pure and thy aim be true.
Tell me, what penances have you undertaken lately?
That's dope, dude. Yeah, that plasma gun looked really good. I don't like how long it takes when I aim the gun I have. When I aim to fire, it takes longer to fire, but if I fire from the hip, it's quick. I mean, I guess that's in real life also too, but it takes a little too long. But it's all right. We got a new gun right now. We're gonna try it out. We'll see how it is. If it does more damage, we'll use it. If not, it barely does a little less damage, but it's better than the one I'm using, I think, even though it's just 3 damage. Yeah, we're gonna try it. All right, man. No worries. Let's do it. I'm ready.
The fate of Atoma depends upon us all, but only a fool would expect thanks.
The heretics have cooked up another attempt to poison Tertium, and it starts in the turret. They're working out of one of the silos and the poison's
Oh
spreading
yeah,
from
yeah.
there.
No worries, no
Once
worries.
you reach the silo, you can fix this mess and get the water
I'll
flowing
take the
again.
lead, be the meat shield for a little bit.
You know the legend of Knock Dead Dog? Biggest
Oh, it looks like Tiny's taking the lead.
Strive for greatness, and perhaps your legend will exceed his. Like rumbling cooks.
Die for the sixth! Cleansing!
Yeah.
She is strange, but I see no reason to mistrust her. I taste them. One way bleeding tree.
This one, huh?
Right, get across the bridge.
Got some runs? Doesn't matter. Still.
almost here.
Everybody down here does what they want.
Lord Margrave has never cared for those he can't see. The blindness of rank.
With the right guidance, this place might be returned to the light once again.
Press 3 and throw down ammo. There it is.
Emperor slab. Then in this, I shall aid you once the mission is done.
I didn't know I had an ammo on me like that.
If Emperor is pleased with us.
Serve and be rewarded.
Ammo! Get some, pal! Medical station.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Don't waste ammo! He's dug in!
Oh yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Down here? Yeah. Watch out. Hell yeah.
The beneficent Emperor has delivered healing unto us! A grenade for it! Medic! staircase station.
Look back. One of those.
You're coming back. Ammo crate! Load up, lad. Right, get the system flush underway and drive the demon out. Come on, move it! Eliminate the demonic roads. Get them all going again. Mercy comes for you, Buster!
Oh, one of those big fuckers. Nice, thanks. Oh, it says over here. Oh. Oh, damn.
Mora's going to explode! Retreat! One more to go. It's a big one. Pray for me.
Yeah. Oh, it got me right when I was right over here. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Hell yeah.
Keep the faith, pilgrim.
Initiate system restoration. Running.
Enemy dug in.
I gotta do plant bombs? No. Oh, guys behind us. Wait for the system purge. Oh, that's what we're gonna do. Wait. Oh, there we go. Reach extraction point. Yo, Tiny. Yeah. Yeah, come on, Tiny. You got this, Tiny. Get in there, Tiny. Yeah. Yeah. Woo. Oh, goodness. Oh, I forgot to put my face back on. My bad. Oh yeah, I forgot I'm playing on laptop that I can use keyboard. It's because I'm using controller. Shredder. Dude, some good stuff. I'm definitely gonna switch up this weapon because the weapon wasn't that great. Good thing I found another one that's pretty much close to my original weapon and the same damage that I just had. So we're definitely gonna use that one next. Yeah, buddy, I meant next week. We'll use this one next week. That rubbing my ear. No worries, dude. Wait. Damn, dude. Yeah, no worries, bro. What's up, Oob? Any better swords that I got? No, yeah, I'm just gonna level my stuff up. Make sure I'm good to go for next time. Yeah, dude. No talents either? No? Alright. We're chilling for now. Oh yeah, we got one of these. Cool, dude. Well, I think you guys, we're going to be calling it a night here. We played some games. We built some stuff. And put... There it is. Here we are. Minecraft? Hell yeah, Ubi? Nice. What do you do in Minecraft? Do you play the actual like game or do you just like farm and build stuff? Alright, you guys. That was awesome gameage, Francis, my dude. I appreciate you. Thanks for carrying the team, getting me to the end, leveling me up, finding me some gear. Appreciate you. I'm definitely down to play some more next week if all works out, God willing. But good stuff, you guys. Thank you guys for being here. Ubi, it was the cute right there. Ubi, thank you for hanging out. Francis, my guy, thank you for chilling. Thank you for all of it. Phil, thank you for coming by. Bella Truth, thank you for being here. Bird Yeet, thank you for chilling. A10 Lover, thank you for stopping through. And any lurkers, thank you for hanging out also. Bots, I guess, thank you too. Good old bots. Can't live with them, can't live without them. But we'll be back tomorrow, you guys. Stargate SG1 stream. SG1. Stargate SG1 tomorrow. Thursday, I'm gonna be a little bit out of town Thursday, but Friday we'll be back with some Star Wars. And then Monday we got our Anime Monday, Toonami, cartoons and anime. And then Tuesday we'll be back here for 40K greatness. I appreciate your guys' time, and I will catch you guys here on the next one. Peace.